resources, but instead of finding the proper resources and putting out the information for her trans followers to be able to safely access care, she encourages bathroom hormones, the stuff that you just do at home, and that can be dangerous. Right. And I can hear myself echo behind me, so I think you might need to mute our stream. Oh no, I just could hear the echo. So like, that's all. I don't like the sound of my own voice. I hate it.
No one does. Well, your voice is fine, but like no one likes the sound of their own voice when it's played back. I
True.
if you heard it, all I'm gonna say is I stand by it. No, it's not a good take. But welcome back to Three Drinks Minimum, where I am your very clumsy and stupid host who has no idea what he's doing. And we are joined, but for the first time, by Mango Jones. No, not the first time on this channel.
Why is my square gray?
It'll change in a second. I had to bring up your thing.
Gotcha.
I'm currently going through only having one screen, so I have to organize everything perfectly, or else you'll just blank out. So if you see yourself blanking out from time to time, it's me just
I'm
fumbling the
not worried
ball.
about it.
Yeah. But yeah, we're here at Three Drinks Minimum. It's been a while, so let me just catch you up. If you don't know what this is, that's fair. But I am still going to judge you heavily for it. It is a show where I, believe it or not, partake of alcoholic beverages. Shocking. Very rare for me. And on camera too. Oh god. But I don't go to hell alone. I have at least one wingman or woman. And I mostly have women because what can I say? Now let me just reshuffle my ugly, terribly dirty robe. And I'm wearing nothing underneath because it's too fucking warm out, but I'm also too much of a household to switch. There's the humidity is just, ugh, it's miserable. But we will not let that stop Herpaki and Heineken. And one more thing, if anyone donates tonight, I break out what's left of the vodka. That's right, the vodka's still been sitting there. I didn't finish it by far because I honestly don't know. It shouldn't exist at this point. It should be long gone, but I keep only sipping at it. So maybe you guys tonight will be the ones. Link in the doobly-doos. So anyway, Mango, what are you drinking?
Well, right now I am drinking a Smirnoff Ice Smash. It's 8%.
I've had
Lemon
it.
lime.
It's all right. I didn't know it was 8% though. Christ. Um,
I don't drink very often. This is my night.
right. Oh God, who was it? Ali D, the human being. She showed up either here or on regular BR, and she had a crate of White Claws, like a whole like box of the damn things, and she downed them. Like fucking respect.
Yeah. Usually, if I get a box of White Claws, because they're only 5%,
Yeah, I
like
know, but
I
they
can
creep up on
burn
you.
through an entire box.
I know, but eventually they do creep up on you. That's the danger of anything that's too sweet and not that strong. Like uh, oh God, what was the drink I had a while back? I had something that was like really sweet, really nice tasting, but it was like 9%. It's like a beer, and I was like, oh, this tastes great, and I'm knocking it back, and then like three knocking backs later, I'm like, hey, I feel different. Like this shouldn't be. What? Oh, it was Belgium. I remember that it was a Bel. I think it was a. I think it might have been Chimay actually. I think it might have been a Chimay. I do love Chimay.
No.
Anyway, I'm just drinking crappy Polish beer. At least I think it's Polish. Yeah, there's a lot of Z's. A lot of Z's on the can. I'm gonna assume it's
Yeah,
Polish.
we'll go Polish.
It
Not a
could,
racism.
no, not a racism. Though if it was, it would be an understandable one. I mean, you are talking to an Irish guy getting drunk.
Touche, touche. I'll give you that one.
Right, and right before the coronation of our latest tyrant to loom over us for the next 700 years. Or, 5 minutes and then he dies and then they don't have another king.
I mean, it wouldn't be the worst.
I would not cry one bit. Like at this point, I couldn't imagine the royal family of downgrading itself like a lot of the other royal families in other countries like Sweden or Norway. I think when there's going to be a change, it's just going to go. They're going to be made private citizens. Maybe they'll be granted like a little pension or something, but all their stuff because they don't really own much. Uh oh.
Gregorius
Hey,
realm.
Troy Toy. Troy Toy. 666.
Vodka time.
Vodka time, baby. Mango, could you be a dear and hold down the fort while I rush to get my thank fucking Christ iced cold drink waiting in the fridge?
Yes, of course.
Thank you. You is a star. Her link is in the doobly doo. There are many links because it is smart and a link.
Yeah, in my link tree, because while I hold down the fort, I'm going to show myself a little. So in the link tree, you will find the link to my Twitch. I'm going to be doing PlayStation 1 gaming and puzzle streams there, just like I do on my YouTube channel, which is also in there. And then once Fit and Curvy gets back from dealing with life stuff, we're going to kick back up with the Unchained Maidens, which is our female and non-binary only podcast that we do after the Geek Room twice a month. So yeah, join us there. Do the stuffing beans. Fit and I torture each other with bad cooking, and it's great. It's the best.
I need to get fit on. Her timetable really works bad against doing a BR. Oh, it's great whenever she does show up. I just checked, and I'm guessing I'm going to say. Oh yeah, I was gonna do the tour around the abbey with the flask here, and I didn't actually get around to bringing it with me. Probably would have saved me a little bit of fucking money. I ended up spending way too much roundabout. I had tons of fun, but I'd say this is full, and there's about maybe 2 more shots out there. So I've got a Christmas mug here from Supermax. This is the equivalent of me bringing out a Burger King mug, by the way. Um, it's weird. I wanted the fucking Santa one, and I asked them for the Santa one, and they just kind of stared at me like, what? I was like, yeah, the mug right behind you there. Can I get the Santa one? Because it looked nicer. And he was just there like, you have your mug. Next. Okay.
I want Santa.
I wanted Santa. Instead I got a reindeer. Right? It doesn't even have a red nose. It's just a reindeer.
That's super lame.
Yeah, I can get reindeer any time of the year. They don't just die after Christmas. They don't just come back like a week prior, like some weird spirit animal. Except for the spirit animal reindeer. I mean, they don't care.
That's a different story.
I
And
used to like the
then
taste of this stuff.
Jay Troy decided to give you monies.
I am very much cool of you. I am very much happy with that. I am wondering. I've actually had to. I've had some tech issues today with my bank card and shit, so I was kind of freaking out about money. Managed to get some shopping for the week, so that's all that matters. Oh, and the booze for tonight.
Yes.
Plus I just had a burger and chips there. Wasn't very nice. Nicest. I guess that chipper really soars when you're drunk and you're going in through the front door. Burger! Burger! You know, like, when you're going sober, you have it, you're like, meh. They do nice pizzas. Actually, they do the only pizza in town. Like the only pizza in the village. You get frozen pizzas, I guess, but at that point, just go into town proper and get yourself a. Like we have 2 Italian restaurants in Carrick, and they're like proper Italian too. Well, the guy at the front desk is Italian. Probably everyone else is like from Kuwait or somewhere like that. Immigration, it's great. You laugh, but I'm serious. Immigration is awesome. Or you're just laughing
No,
at
it
my
was
pasty
just
body.
some tone of voice that you said it in.
Um. Oh. Bill asking the important questions. Do you know what WMAC Masters is? Hello.
That's such an old show.
Oh, you do know. We watched it. Oh,
Oh
a
my
few weeks ago. We
god.
watched like first, I think 3 or 4 episodes. Um, it was wow. It is just so trying to follow the high of like the Mortal Kombat craze. And
Didn't
like,
it end in like 1997?
yeah, there's like 3 seasons or so. It didn't come over here, so I had no idea it existed. But Bill got me onto it. And whenever Elf King's on, we watch Warriors of Wulin. That's some good shit. The ones with the puppets. Did you ever see us watching the ones with they're like mannequins, and they're
I
like
have not.
they have kung fu powers and shit. It was on Cartoon Network for like a year, and then they pulled it off. But it's really badly dubbed into English, trying to make it cool and hip. They even have a version of the opening song. It's from like Taiwan. It's really like
God.
well made and creative as fuck, but the dialogue is so bad. Like it's like somebody tried to channel all the worst elements of the Turtles, and maybe the runoff created Jared. I don't know. I would explain a few things. I honestly think that the toxic ooze that created the Turtles, what was left of it, like a tapeworm got in and it got changed into Jared. Like, that's my headcanon of it. And he just saw the turtles like walk away with Master Splinter, and he couldn't follow because he didn't have arms or legs, and you know who'd want a giant tapeworm man thing following them around. So he just kind of
No one.
shuffled off and ended up in Texas, and yeah, the rest is a very sad and depressing history. You know it's bad when the locals don't like jump in and start mocking and shaming him like the way they do with Cobes. Like, well, everyone in Casper has an opinion on Cobes. Everyone. Um, but or like, hey, I went to school with the guy, or you know, like, hey, I see him up at the store or whatever. Like instead, like with Jared, nothing. There's just he has no contact with the outside world. He kind of reminds you of Marshall Mathers the Fourth before he got his job. You know who that is?
I think I do.
He's a creepy guy. He's out in the woods. He's obsessed with Eminem.
Oh, yep.
Incel. Yeah. Those eyes
Yep.
that look like they just don't have there's no soul behind them. Like
Absolutely nothing behind those eyes.
yeah, you know he strangles like chipmunks and squirrels. It's creepy as fuck. But then he got a job, and like, oh, immediately all the incel black pill shit was like completely thrown into question. And like he'd post up questions like, you know, I might actually not want to be an incel anymore. And I'm just there like, he's learning, he's fucking learning. Let him cook. And then he just fell right back into it, old habits. Because when he realized he didn't like work, that's when he fell back in. Did he honestly expect working like was gonna be fun? How many of us have the true luxury of really enjoying their jobs?
I usually fuck around on the internet when I'm supposed to be working. So like, yeah, no.
Yeah, but officially that's not what you're being paid for. You know?
No, it's not. Not
Hell of a contract if that was the case.
I wish. Oh my god.
It's like
I do so much random shit on the internet throughout the day.
I kind of like when you see like clickbait articles, stuff like is bringing your cat to work gonna help productivity? I wouldn't care if it was or it wasn't. Like I wouldn't care if the company was losing a couple of thousand extra an hour just because there's a cat wandering around. There's now a cat wandering around and I'm here for it.
Like, yeah, you never know when the cat's just gonna decide, oh hey, I want to get pets in love from you. Like, that'd be awesome.
You know, you might hate staring at that screen for hours, but the cat will adore every second of watching you stare at the screen.
And trying to take over your keyboard.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, like you're going to be filing away your reports, and next minute, you know, there's this big lumpy thing that's going to sit down there because it's warm, and you're paying attention to it, and then it's you know, it's just gonna like somehow magically hit the delete button, and all like past 3 hours is now gone. And then you're gonna be like, "Oh, Mittens, womp womp womp, you're fired." And that
sorry,
kid,
cat.
yeah, sorry, kid. No, the cat's fine. You're fired. They're not gonna fire the cat. They're corporate goons. They're not monsters. Like Copper Cab soulless. Copper Cab's not soulless. He fucking plays a bit. That's like saying Casey Tron's easily offended at things. Well, all right, maybe she's not easily offended, but she has increasingly got more and more offended at like a lot of online drama shit. But she still knows how to play the role, so I'm happy for that because she's fucking hilarious when she does. That reminds me. I have two modes when I do 3 drinks minimum. One, I stay sober until I get too tired to drink. Or two, I get absolutely flastered. Not even plastered. Flastered. It's a better word. Will you watch me back when I was doing the trucking streams?
No, it was after that.
That was when I started to like drink on stream for like shots for donos. And you know, when people would throw money at me and I do a shot and then I just keep getting more donos, and while trying to drive a truck in game, like disaster would strike. But that was the only time I've ever almost got sick on stream. I think someone like got 8 donos in a row while I was also sipping stuff after coming back from the pub with no food in me. And I think it was like hour 5. It was bad.
That's not wise. That is not good.
It was very not good. Cobes would know better. He'd at least grab a dollop of grease and shove it into his maw. Like he'd do something a little more proactive. But I remember, like, I just looked at the camera, grabbed my mouth, like almost like a cartoon about to get sick, shook my head, and slammed my free hand into my computer's off button. And that was the end of the stream. um, saying that, like, I walked out of there with like 40 quid, so I can't really complain.
No, I mean, you got paid. That's what you wanted.
Right? And I'll take that any day of the week over doing the shots of hot sauce for donos. That was not great because not so much the hot sauce themselves. That was, you almost got used to it. The issue was that it got to get out of you somehow, you know? And when it wanted to go, it left quick.
Yeah,
Your body
that
was, yeah, your body does not like having that much just pure hot sauce in your system all at once. It needs to just whoop. Both cases, I was really glad I had an ensuite. Um, I have to ask, do you have an ensuite?
No, I don't.
Oh, you're still living in the Stone Age. Like I'm now rarefied. I am up in this ivory tower of porcelain. Like when as I get older, I wake up at night and I need to pee. 'Tis just the passage of time. The idea of having to go out to the hall like a fucking savage, like no, I'm well past that.
Well, I'm moving at the end of July, and once
Oh,
I do move, I will have one. So like, super excited about that.
hell yeah, you're just gonna just be sitting on that thing and just be like, oh my god, it's, the bed's just over there. The horror, it's over.
So convenient.
um, one thing I have thought about is upgrading to a bidet, but that's gonna take some time. Or if not just a bidet, then one of those things like the little squirt things on the toilet itself. But I just upgraded the toilet, so I don't want to. When I say just upgrade, I mean like I knew years ago. I don't want to have to get a brand new one that just has that, especially because I looked at the prices. It's about an extra 800 quid just to have one of those things.
Ooh, no,
Ah,
no.
yeah, what the fuck? Um, like that toilet wasn't cheap, but it was, it gets the job done. What else is? It's apparently very hard to find ones that have the bloody handle on them these days. What the fuck? They're all buttons now. I don't like the buttons. You never know. The ones that have like two slots, you have like the big slot and the small slot. I missed the hell. I'd go back to the chain if I could. Yeah, all 1930s up in here. I can keep a gun up in the cistern for when I need to assassinate rival crime bosses. Yes, kids, that was a Godfather reference. All right, all right. I think it's time we have a little bit of content. What do you say? What do you say, chat?
Oh yes.
This was just released
Oh.
today. I haven't had a chance. This is from the Geek Room 3 hours ago. I haven't had a chance to see this yet.
Love the guys at TGR. Frank, quit beating your wife.
I have not watched it in a hot minute, and I feel very very silly because every time I do tune in, I have a ball. Same goes for the shit show. I've got and Unchained Maidens. No excuse on my end. I have more time than
Oh,
the average person.
you missed it last night. Miss Parker was streaming,
Hmm?
and G-Man started sniping her, and so she went on with G-Man.
Oh, how did that go?
We learned a lot, actually. We learned that G-Man did not sell Rev's mom's jewelry. What he actually did was just throw everything away.
Ah!
Like, he just threw everything the fuck out.
Was it like worthless, or was it like just a spite move?
No, okay, so when G-Man first went to Scranton to the house, Shani and Rev weren't there yet. So it was like just full of Rev and his mom's stuff. And Shani told him to throw everything away. So he did. He threw everything away.
Oh, how much did he think he might have thrown out, monetary wise?
Thousands.
You know, hot take. Jewelry, not much of a fan, and I think it's kind of stupid when people put a lot of money into jewelry. Like, I don't know if like I have one bit of jewelry that's around my neck. It's my family ring. I didn't pay a penny for it. Just a little bit of gold, a little tiny red stone. I think it's ruby. I don't know what it is, but whatever it is, it's I got it appraised once, and it was trash value for what it was. It might accrue in value as a antique, but
But you also have to remember, like, Rev's mom, she being an older woman, she also had, like, the old family ceramics. She had the old family, like, china. She had all of the things that she got
he
to
didn't when
be
he
able
was
to
thrown.
have to pass on to him.
Yeah, when he was thrown out, he didn't like start going like, "Are you sure about this?" and like call up and went like, "There's a lot of stuff here. Some of it looks kind of valuable." Like, did he not think about taking it back himself? I don't think they would have minded. On all fairness.
No, he didn't think about it at all. He just threw everything away. And then the second time that he was there, which is now after he kicked Shani and Rev out,
Yeah.
he has a whole bunch of their mail from Boulder, Colorado, and he has like Shani's ID and like Rev's social and like a whole bunch of other paperwork.
Oh.
And
He
he
has them
keeps telling them to
doxed.
come pick it up. And he's just like, if they don't come pick it up, I'm just going to go drop it at their doorstep or take it to the police station or something.
Well, so long as, in all fairness, I'm surprised he hasn't like said, "I'm just gonna like show it on screen," you know. Like, let's be honest here. That does sound like something G-Man would do in a fit of rage or whatever.
I
Um,
mean, he doxed Rev's uncle, so like, I wouldn't be surprised.
yeah. Um, no, like, it's scum fighting bags. I don't really. I don't have a horse in this because well, there's no nice people here. Um,
Nice and cuddly.
I have this really bad dry cough.
I know.
It's really bothering me.
All
Get
I-
out of my face. Come here.
I absolutely will help you out, folks, individuals. Hi, I'm live. Jason
situations.
Avocados, folks. It's a Gavin Kit Kats and he needs love. I can hold him and show him to the folks. I have 5 people in here. Folks, what's up? How you doing? Are you feeling good tonight? Why did I do this live stream in the first place? What's the title of this?
What? Why do you stream at all? Like, other than to hopefully get some pity money so you can feed the Great Mall off screen there. You know, like it. Why are you doing anything at this point? Why? What joy do you think Rev has in his life anymore?
None.
Yeah.
None at all.
It ain't love. It ain't love for Shannon. Like, you can tell he does not want to be there. And like, they don't have the kids anymore. Do they still have the animals?
Yeah, they still have Watermelon and Gavin Kit Kats. He's a boy, and he's not a racist.
Absolutely. Didn't Shani have a black in Stardew Valley have a black cockerel and it was called G-Man?
Yes, she did.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember some things.
Oh. So, fun fact about this video. You see the camera quality?
Yeah, I was noticing how crap it was, even by my standards.
So, this video was done after Rev's first mukbang. And And the reason that the camera quality is so bad is because they purposely make it bad, because that first mukbang was disgusting. It was in like high quality. You could see everything. It was bad.
I gotta be honest with you, that's not where I thought you were going with that. I honestly thought that they sold all their equipment so they could get that much food, and now they are downgraded to like a late 2000s flip phone, you know?
Oh no,
Um,
this video was from Colorado because he still has the blonde hair,
hmm.
and the roots have grown out some. So I would say this is about 2-3 months after that first mukbang.
That, like, I kind of remember that. I remember there was a lot of glistening in that one. There was a lot of grease and oil and shit. Oh, speaking of mukbangs, did you see what's his name? Nikakawa Avocado. He I butchered the name. I always butchered the name. He's lost a shit ton of weight.
Yeah, 86 pounds.
Yeah, like people are waiting for like the joke to drop. No, look, it's good. This is a good thing. It'd be like if Eugenia Cooney showed up and she actually looked like maybe she could still do with a little bit more weight in her, but she actually looks just like a slightly lean woman now. You know, like it would be a good sign. Um, God, oh, by the way, I will take seeing Shani on screen over Eugenia any day because Eugenia scares me. She doesn't look like she should be alive at this point. She looks like a skeleton that's talking.
Yeah.
It's
And
terrible. It's no joke. Like she generally scares me.
it's really heartbreaking that she did go to treatment.
Yeah. It was her
And
mother that made her relapse, wasn't it?
yes.
Yeah, I remember hearing she's like her agent and she's like he knows how to basically milk her for money. I mean, how does she have like agency over Eugenia though? Like clearly she's being manipulated and she's mentally unwell. That's
That's actually a very common problem with a lot of women that are, and men too, that started doing like modeling and acting and everything in childhood. Their parents would throw that, you're the one that's paying our bills, you're the one that's in charge of making sure that we stay alive,
Oh, I
you
get
need
that
to do
angle.
this to make sure that like we stay this way. And because Eugenia went from being just a model to doing like the YouTube stuff, it never ended. So like the only way for her to be able to be successful in treatment is to get completely away from her mother.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, couldn't have the state stepped in at a certain point and been like, "Yeah, hi, no, she is not yours anymore. She is ours until she is okay to be her own." No, just take her away. Like,
If Eugenia, when she is talking to psychiatrists, therapists, state officials, whatever, if she pulls pretty much what Shani and Rev's kids did for the or Shani's kids did for the longest, which was say that they were cool with being there and like they're fine, like they love their parent, like it's all good.
yeah,
There's nothing they can do.
I think
It's
there
a
are
really
some.
sad situation.
I think there are some states where it was kind of like, yeah, I don't know what country it is, like, but I think there are like some countries where that wouldn't be okay. Where
Oh yeah, for sure.
like you know, okay, so you're an adult, they're an adult, you're claiming you're okay, they're claiming you're okay, we can see otherwise, you know, like, but I don't know, like I wouldn't know the details, and yeah, it's off topic and it's a sad topic, so yeah. I mean, this is hardly a much better topic.
I did too.
It's abuse either way, I guess.
Oh yeah, this is about. Huh? Shut up. Leave me alone. The hell was I gonna say? Oh, it's about this Mrs. Wonderful and Negs thing because I think I have a perspective on it.
Negs.
You know, happy holiday, Rev. Hey, secular opinion. Thank you. Avocados all the way. Yeah, it is, because I'm doing a live stream and I can smoke in here. It's my house. I can smoke in here. It's my
How long were
house.
they homeless? I never saw the completion of that arc. When did they get the house? When did they get a new? Because I knew
Oh,
it did, but
they're back in the uncle's house.
oh, okay. How did they like how long were they gone for though? It was a couple of months, right? A year?
Okay, so they were in Colorado. Then they went
Mhm.
from Colorado to Scranton to the uncle's house. They went from the uncle's house to the house that G-Man bought off of Rev and Shanny for $1, and then they went to the motel.
Ah, the
After the
motel.
motel, they we weren't quite sure where they were for like a week and a half, 2 weeks at most. My theory is that because G-Man had said that Shanny was at a shelter.
Hmm.
So my theory is that Rev had gone back to the uncle's. Shanny went to the shelter, and because we would see Rev like doing streams driving his car, but without Shanny, and then they just both ended up back there. That's my theory
I know
as
there's
to how
still tons of people who wish that Rev would just do a stream from his car where he just kept on driving and he'd never come back.
that's what we were hoping for after he got out of jail.
But you know what? No, at this point now he is I accept him for who he is. He is scum, she is bag. They only have each other. Maybe that's it. Maybe he just has nothing else in his life. Or he's too scared to start from scratch. Which is fair. I mean, starting from scratch is one of the hardest things in the fucking world to do, but at the same time,
I mean,
when the
she also
alternative is
framed
this.
him. So there's a lot of stuff there with that, with her wet braining him.
Oh, sure. He is also starved, like literally starved. You can see that. Um,
Yeah, because in this video he had boobs.
yeah. When he was when he was doing Shiny from behind in that video, was he
No,
well
no,
fed?
not sexy for Christ.
Yeah,
Fucking sexy for Christ.
yeah. Like he looked like he had a little bit more meat on him back then.
But he still had a baby carrot. Oh, I'm sorry. It has some slack, folks. It has hang.
He's got baby carrot. She's musky. They're made for each other. You know? Like a
Why
cat.
is it gray?
Musky. I didn't bother to look that fucking close. Okay, I watched some of it and I'm like, okay, I can see where this is going. Yeah, it's got on with my day. I watched something I wanted to watch. I couldn't watch it for stream after all. I'm not Billy the Fridge watching it on my phone and then like giving a running commentary, then have to draw a picture afterwards. Oh god. Speaking of, do you see Chris Chan's and they were at Walmart.
Yes. Okay, so when the whole Chris Chan got bailed out thing happened, the thing was, when people were saying that didn't actually happen. You cannot bail someone out that was denied bail. And it was actually a week and a half, 2 weeks later that a release order was filed. It was April 3rd that the release order was filed, because Chris Chan had been held inside of the jail for what would be the minimum sentence if they were found guilty by a court. So Chris is still awaiting trial. Like that's still going to happen. But should he be found, or they be found guilty and they get the minimum sentence, they would just have time served. If they decide that Chris needs more time in jail, they will go back. I am assuming that part of that release order is that Chris cannot be online because Chris themselves has not posted anything.
Yeah,
it's all been other people seeing Chris.
Like it would have, right now, if they're not online somewhere, they're like muttering to themselves while staring at a computer, like they're like, do it. Do it, do it, do it, do it. And if that's the case, well, I don't hold Chris Chan's ability to contain themselves to be very high. Self-control is clearly not one of their strong suits, considering how they got fucking arrested in the first place.
True. But then we also have to consider the woman behind that too.
She was fucking weird. Fucking scummy.
She's insane.
The whole gerbil thing in college? Or was it a hamster?
Nope.
The fucking
But,
hell. What a twisted little mind. And of course, then she was drawn to hurting somebody who was also a twisted little mind but couldn't fight back and was perfect bait. Hey! She's Shani. Chris Chan's Rev.
Only difference is it seems like Chris Chan's actually like, I'm assuming that Chris Chan is in like a group home situation.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine.
Where they can keep an eye on them and like make sure they are following the conditions of release and all that stuff.
Maybe there's like an interim place, you know, like where they're being like just occasionally let out to see how they interact with the wider world.
Get to go on, the occasional shopping trip by themselves, like stuff like that.
Yeah, it could be like a reward for them cleaning up around the house and maybe filling out a form or whatever. But which is also kind of what a lot of like rehab that isn't religious based. A lot of that also works the same way. I honestly like. I'm not going to be one of those people who are like, newsflash, Chris Chan is here, and then it's just like a half blurred elbow as they're crossing the street. You know, people will be like that. I don't want to be that sort of person, but if like I was genuinely surprised seeing them, and like what they were wearing was, well, what I expected and a little bit more reserved than what I was expecting. I almost was expecting like Chris Chan to be in like Homer's Moo from The Simpsons. The big pink floral thing, you know, which would be fucking amazing if it was like all Sonichu faces on it instead of flowers. I would wear that on stream every fucking day of this heat wave because moo-moos keep out the fucking humidity.
I will say, Chris Chan does look like they have lost weight.
They would have by default. I mean, how else would where would they get the food?
I mean, not necessarily. There are people in jail that stay their big size.
Oh, sure, but that's because they know people who can like hook them up. Could you imagine Chris Chan going up to the local fence, like at the cafeteria, and asking for like, oh, what was that from Mean Machine with the Adam Sandler film? And it was like, was it Kevin Smith who was like the no, Terry Crews. Terry Crews was a Big Mac. I got the shakes that will make you quake. I got the fries that will cross your eyes. I got the burgers that, well, I just got burgers. You know, which is weird because in the UK and in Ireland, what we do is we have little stores in the prison, and if you work, you'll get like a few pennies. Like if you clean the floor, and
that's
eventually,
the same here. Commissary.
Yeah, and you turn it in, and you get like a chocolate bar or something.
We have a system here called JPay, and
I've heard of that.
People can go online and like put money on your books so that you can get toiletries, food, like flip flops for the shower, stuff like that.
Yeah. I couldn't imagine Chris Chan getting maybe the occasional one. But I never heard anyone saying like, "Oh yeah, this is their account," because you know, tons of people would have tossed in money. Which, ew, you know, like don't forget while they're in there in the first place, and they weren't exactly the nicest people before that.
I'll have to check on it, but I'm pretty sure Chris Chan was receiving a disability, or at least SSI, Supplemental Security Income, for autism.
Yeah.
For their disability. And I cannot remember because I know in some cases, if you're on disability and you have to go to jail for whatever reason, you still are entitled to part of that payment,
But would it be pooled
and that
and
could have been put
saved?
directly on his books.
Maybe, but like, is it pooled and then afterwards you get like a lump sum, or is it like, no?
So that money is usually either direct deposited into a bank account or it gets put onto a debit card through the government.
That's you're basically describing what we call over here DA, disability allowance.
Yeah, it's pretty much what it is.
Yeah, I'm on that. The government pays me
Smallman's on it.
so it's it's my main source of income. This is not my job. I don't have a job. I'm always open to make a bit of money, but that's why that's also because if it was my job, I'd be dead. I'd have starved to death long ago. You know, like, there's no way in hell the occasional donos, as always welcome as they are, can keep the lights on. Hell, I've done a live. I'll admit it. Like, I've done a live stream. What am I saying? Admit it. I've literally put in the title. I had no food for like a week. I was just doing a quick run to get some like a quick stream, and people were very cool. But I don't make it into a habit. It's like you make this into a job, you're basically shooting yourself in the fucking foot, unless you are successful. And even then, take some of your vast sums of money and open up a fucking savings account, because you never know when you're going to need some of it. You can still do
see, because Small Human is on SSI over here. He also gets Medicaid, so I don't have to pay for his insurance.
Oh, well, in America, that's a big fucking deal.
Yeah, that is. It's a huge deal, especially because he's nonverbal autistic. So we have occupational therapy, behavior therapy, speech pathology. We have all sorts of things that he has to do that otherwise would not be paid for. And because he's on that, like, there's specific guidelines that I have to follow for him to be able to keep it. Which sucks, but at the same time, like, at least I can work and not have to worry, but he doesn't get like the full amount that he could because I do work, you know?
That makes a level of sense. We have a cutoff point of how much money you have to pay before it comes out of your, how much money you can make on the side. You can earn, like, all this is what I'm doing is nice and legal. Like, it's on my books. It goes straight into one. I actually had to set up a second bank account just to keep things nice and balanced, which was a bitch because people started, the bank started thinking I was like trying to set up some sort of scam account. Because at the worst possible time, I didn't know. Last time I opened up a bank account, I was 16 and I was in someone's office. This was in the middle of COVID, and like I was on my phone when talking to this guy, and my roommate like walked behind me. I said hi, and I got the most condescending "Daddy got me into college" voice. "Oh, I'm sorry. Is someone there coaching you?" And I was like, "No, I was talking to someone. Can we finish this, please?" Like, he wanted to be snippy to me. I could be snippy to him right back. Fuck's sake.
Yeah. No matter what, though, Small Human, like, no matter how much I work and stuff, Small Human gets to keep his survivor benefits.
Huh?
Because, well, yeah, his dad did the whole like unalive thing.
Well,
that was fun.
Hey, are you enjoying this incredibly uplifting video stream there, folks? How about later we watch that video of the dog in China trying to protect its dead friend in the middle of the road?
Hey, now, look, it's not necessarily a bad thing, okay?
Well, still, it's hardly the best outcome. If you follow down a path that led to that moment, the best outcome was way prior. Like, choices were made. But yeah.
Hey, but they were all his own choices.
Exactly, yeah.
And like, I mean, if the only way out of additional criminal charges for like breaking my eye socket and stuff as that, then you do you.
Yeah, well, I never met the guy. I never will. But like, I'm glad he took that option instead of the alternative option, I guess. So yeah, you got me there.
Yeah, I win.
You know what? Even still, though, your relationship sounds better than what's going on because your one ended.
Well, then tell me that. I'm sorry. I'll put it out. I'm sorry.
I can joke about it now. Like, I'm all good.
You're welcome.
Oh God, I can't
I'll
imagine
put it out
like
immediately. I'm sorry. Okay. Can I have a joint? Do you mind if I have a... Can you have a rest with your lungs? Yeah, you're sucking on a vaporizer.
It's not snow.
Anyway, it doesn't matter.
Yes, it is.
I'm gonna go have
Ooh.
a joint.
Is like they are only together because they'll die quicker without each other. There is literally no other reason. I mean, it's so sad that if they were in their 20s and had done the whole Romeo and Juliet thing, we'd consider it romantic. But they're lingering. This is what would have happened if Romeo and Juliet had actually gone away together and gotten old together. This is what their lives would have been like. It would have just degraded into this mush, like concrete that hasn't set. Like, that's
I want to know why he can't smoke a joint in his own house if she's smoking a vape.
Well, why the fuck can't he eat when she's eating? You know, like the power dynamic is a bit different there, like than most people's relationships.
He was eating peanut butter and jelly rice one day. Because she won't eat peanut butter.
So he had to get yeah. My ma did that to me once when I was with pineapple pizza because she knew I didn't like pineapple, and I was getting into quite the rotund lad who was always sneaking away extra food I shouldn't. Especially one day she got pizza and she got me a proper like I got my own meal and all that, but then she's like, just so you know, I got myself a pizza. I'm like, okay, cool, and then it arrives and it's just this yellow nightmare, like this mound of everything, and I'm like, all right, well played. And then I took a bite out of it. She actually gave me a bite, and I was like, okay, no. So yeah, that's that. But that's not the best outcome. It was money.
I'm gonna comment on this situation, and then I'm gonna just leave because that's it. Okay. I feel like
No, leave. Get up. Walk away. People will recreate the scene with like really inspirational acoustic music. There'll be like compilations of like you just taking it over and over until one day you stood up and you said, no, evil blob lord, you can't control me anymore.
A valid
then you open the door and like bright sunlight comes in, like, I'm free, and you just hear shouty rolling away underneath like the floorboards. G-Man, help me!
He's got his deal. He has to do this. Be sure to do what you're told. Yeah, exactly. Right, Frank? What is
Yes! You were fucking cool.
And that stuff does happen every now and then. But I'm going to let it go, because that's what I do.
He just literally told me to shut up.
Immediately let it go.
So, I don't know if...
because you're telling me what to do.
No, I'm not.
You just don't smoke in the bedroom. I own the bedroom.
But you always know the relationship's bad when you start like, well, I own this house. Like, it's very sort of defensive and kind of sad. It's kind of what you say to like a child when you're like, when you start paying the rent, then you can say what's right and wrong. Like it's a position of stupid.
Yeah, I can't get behind that either. Like, I'm sorry, but if you're a parent and you're using the whole because I said so, and because I'm the parent thing, like, no, like, just sit down with your kid and be like, the reason that I said no is because of this.
Yeah.
Like, it's so easy to just be like, hey, these are my thoughts and opinions because your child is also a person. My child cannot talk back to me. My child is nonverbal, but even when he does something he's not supposed to, or he tries to do something he's not supposed to, I sit down with him and I tell him why he cannot. Because the why is the most important thing.
What's the point of punishing a kid for something that they have no idea what they did wrong, or just shouting at them or whatever, when kids aren't idiots? You can have dumb kids, of course, because you get dumb people. But most kids aren't idiots. They're ignorant. That's why they always ask questions. Unfortunately, your little human there won't be able to ask questions the same way as most others, but I'm sure they still, when they want to know what's going on, they'll let you know.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And that's because they look to you as the parent to explain the world. I remember asking tons of questions, and I was one of those obnoxious kids who would ask like anything and everything. But that's a great trait to have. Keep asking. But they give them the answers that they want, unless, of course, it's too complicated for an easy sort of conversation. You know, like, I remember I asked my mom, like, where do we go when we die? Like, and she wasn't religious, and she just said, I've been working a lot today. I could talk about it later. And I just didn't ask it again for years. Not because I just didn't want to think about it myself. I was actually too busy thinking about it myself. And years later, I remember she found me crying and she asked me why. And I was like, I'm scared of dying. And I'm still scared of dying to this day. I have existential fear of oblivion because I'm an atheist. So lights out, lights out. Where do you go? You don't go anywhere. You just stop. How do you wrap your heads around that? But I know parents who would have been indignant that they were asked this question, or they would have just been like, Jesus, or Jesus, everything is Jesus, you know, Jesus, Mohammed, whatever, like whatever your religious center is.
As the current United States Southerner here on the show, yeah, it's all Jesus.
Yep, everything is Jesus. It's that joke from Family Guy when they went down to Texas. And it was a Carl Sagan documentary that was edited for Republicans. And the universe is 5,000 years old. And while we are not quite sure how the world was made, yes, we do. We believe it was, and you can just see his mouth keep moving, but the guy's like, God.
You told me your lungs are hurting. You said your lungs are hurting.
Well, they make
So
I imagine Shani hurts
control
all
issue,
the time,
never leaving.
everywhere. She is one giant bed sore. You know, like she is just... It's probably one reason why it adds to her just overall shitty demeanor. It's just that she's always in pain all the time. But...
Oh my God. One of my favorite things ever is Shani's my height. I'm 5'10". Me and Shani are the same height. And she tries to say that she's only 80 pounds heavier than me.
I've known women who are morbidly obese who would claim to be the same size of all these different models. Like, I had a... I'm actually not going to tell that story. I'm gonna rehash it. I had a long time ago. I had a relationship with a woman, and she made a claim that she was on par with a certain celebrity that is famous for her figure. She was not that size. Let's just put it like that, very politely. She would be closer to what Shani was. Then again, I was at the time too. So, it's cope. That's all it is. It's just you know, you tell yourself, and that's not helping anyone. It's so not helping. I mean, there's a huge difference between fat shaming and telling somebody, "Hi, you're not going to see 40," or "Hi, yeah, you see your feet? They're going to go. You're going to have to get them cut off." Bye-bye, feet. Bye-bye. Of course, you can't even see them, can you? Like, there is a reason why all those, like, super fat shows always tried to get the person to lose weight. Because it's better if they lose the weight than if they keep it. There's no show which is the opposite, where a morbidly fat person is told to get fatter. I mean, and it isn't like body shaming. There might be an element to it. I mean, we do look at people who are that fat, and at a certain, like the whale, you know, like at a certain point you go like, oh god, Jesus fucking Christ, like unless that's your kink. Foodie Beauty, for example, because she makes money off people's tastes, and I want to be very careful for what I think about that because, ugh.
She stepped onto a scale on live stream, a glass scale, and it snapped under her feet.
Yeah, no. Chantel or Shani?
Chantal.
Yeah. I can tell you from experience that when you really start putting weight on, glass scales are not your friend. You might feel like a lump of pork being weighed up at the butcher's, but those big scales you get at the pharmacy or whatever are probably going to be better suited.
Yeah, it was a glorious moment because her face just immediately like changed. She was like, oh no.
But she leans into being morbidly obese though, doesn't she? Like it's literally a part of her income. That and her conversion to Islam.
Yeah, it is. And the current, conversion to Islam thing, that's a whole mess. That's a giant mess.
It's a very Andrew Tate-esque conversion,
She's not married.
No.
She's over there on a visitor's visa. She's going to have to go back to Canada after 90 days and stay there for a month before she can go back again. Where are you going to stay, Chantal? Who is going to take you in after you pretty much burned every bridge you had?
Well, she got someone to basically become her pay pig in like Kuwait. It's Kuwait, isn't it?
Yeah, she's in Kuwait.
Yeah. Before that, it was Cuba, wasn't it?
Oh, she was only down there for a visit.
Oh, okay. I thought she had another fan down there.
No, she was on vacation.
Is she still partaking in the nose candy?
I'm not sure if she is. The guy that she's with, Salah, we call him Salad.
I call him Salad too.
He very much is trying to get her to fit into the traditional roles that she's supposed to fit into.
Yeah, because he sees her as a conquest of a white woman by a proud Muslim, like Sikh or prince. I've seen this stuff before done in every other group. I mean, there's a reason why a lot of women here, when this is racist as fuck, but they tell me the horror stories, and I'm like, I don't agree with I understand the sentiment, I don't really agree with it. It's that a lot of them want you to just like drop your decadent, inferior Western ways and go over to like an Islamic country and convert. But then you go over to like all the libertarian white dudes go over to like the Philippines and Thailand and try to save the submissive Asian women from weak seamaned Asian men. Like there is a level to it there that's just fucking, it's ridiculous.
Milky, it's not quite trad wife. It's more so traditional Muslim culture opposed to westernized Muslim culture, because there are plenty of people like over here in the States that will convert and their lives are just perfectly fine. Everything's like balanced and good. And actually it more so goes in favor of the women by a lot actually, because women not only get the man's money, But if she works a job outside of the home, that's her money and her husband can't touch it. And she can choose whether or not she wears a hijab or anything like that because that's her relationship with God and it's her choice.
Well, I will counter just saying this. The only reason they accept that is because they realize that secular laws supersede religious laws. Like they realize that
Actually, no, the whole women thing and the whole wearing your hijab because that's your relationship with God, that's actually traditionalized. It's just that over in certain countries, they have the radicalized version of those, much like the fundamentalists of Christianity.
The only Muslim countries that I've ever seen where the women were allowed to wear, not the tourists, but the actual like local women were allowed to wear whatever they want, and even then, whatever they wanted did not mean they were walking down the street in a micro bikini or whatever. They were like just wearing jeans. Those were countries that were really trying to be secular. Think places like Turkey or Tunisia after the Arab Spring. And I think a reason for that is because they wanted to show a sort of progressive angle. But then I've been to like Palestine and Egypt back when the dictator guy was in charge. I forget his name. He ended up dying in court or whatever. Like it
The
does.
dictator guy that helped dictate laws that caused the modesty rules to become really ridiculous and radicalized.
Uh, yeah, he was like the American puppet. He was the one who they were protesting in the square in Cairo.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, like when I saw that shit, like they didn't seem that far apart, but you could tell which ones were trying to cater to like the West and ones which were like, oh no, we're Muslim, we're Muslim, we're Muslim, and that's it. Like it's before you think of like, oh, he just hates Muslims. I've been to
No,
enough. No,
no,
I've
don't
been to
worry, I
enough.
don't.
Yeah, go to the south of France and go anywhere that's like not a designated beach, and you will get like all these old women coming out with sticks and crucifixes. You know, like they will not be happy if you're. I remember my ma told the story when she was on her honeymoon in Crete, and they went down to the beach and they started kissing like they were married. Next minute, my dad gets like starts smacked across his arse by this like 80-year-old Greek woman screaming how you're both gonna go to hell in broken English. Like fundamentalism is there. It's just like everyone the fundamentalists like it comes in a different package. Like the way Eastern Orthodoxy, like the whole shit with Russia right now, it's kind of heavily interwoven with it. What it is to be a man and how we're all effeminate and shit like that. But then you've got like hell, you want to go traditionalism? Look how they do it in China. You know, like they'll just replace the religion with the state. It's the exact same principle. So no matter where you go in any society, hell, I was just watching Analyze Evil earlier, and they were talking about how every society's conservative views basically are the same at the core of it. Like they are
They
just
really are.
they're just this boot on people's freedoms and liberties. So when Chantel is like being told, hey, you have to be a little bit more traditional here and there. For starters, she's the worst person to ask that. She's just a hedonist. She is a very bad hedonist in many respects, but she's still a hedonist.
She had drawer chicken. She had drawer chicken.
I remember she was so high once she recorded herself slamming her head into a door frame. She just like bounced her head into the door.
I watched her scratch her like underneath her fupa with a back scratcher and then use that back scratcher to eat macaroni and cheese.
And you know what? People will pay a fortune.
I just say we have had some fascinating conversations so far.
We have, and we're not even past the first video. All right, Rev. Clearly, let's see if you're a the cause of this or whatever. And
no, it could just be that we're both drinking and
we've seen some
conversation.
Oh, speaking of, this is oh, come on. I think this was I don't know if you saw it, the AI beer commercial. Did you see that going around on Twitter like a few weeks ago?
No, I didn't.
It was an AI generated beer commercial, and like it was. Imagine if you took a bunch of actually. Why am I saying imagine? I can actually just like find it. Give me a second. You're gonna be blanked out for a little bit. Okay, they can't see. Always remember, kids, if you don't have parental lock on when you're on Twitter and live streaming, minimize it because you never know what you might find. Especially if you're like me and follow so many thirst channels.
Or if you're like me and you post things that you probably shouldn't on Twitter.
Your butt. You post your butt a lot. And I'm gonna tell you right now, very acceptable butt. I know.
I appreciate it. Yeah.
I know. It's very brave of me to say that butt is very acceptable. AI.
Stunning and brave.
Why would you say something so controversial? Yes, so brave. Oh, here it is. AI generated beer commercial. Yeah, this is what I wanted to show. By the way, very quick check in on the actual chat. Yeah, he's all doing. He's doing chat. You might see who doesn't post their butts. Everyone posts their butt. We all have butts except for those who do not have butts, and there are people who do not have buttocks. They all have sphincters, I think. Is anyone born without a sphincter?
Yes, quite a few people actually.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah. So it's roughly like 1 in every 400 to 500 babies are born without a butthole.
How does it? Is it just immediately into a colostomy bag, or else they die, or do they have surgery?
They do surgery so that they can, set up everything. If there is the proper tools there in the butt to be able to make a butthole, then they will. But if there's not, colostomy.
That would be something that even like 100 years ago, that would have just been a death sentence. Fuck's sake. You see, I knew I'd learned something. There are buttholeless babies. And here is the AI thingamag. And grown on his forearm. I saw the guy with the dick grown on his forearm, yeah. Oh no, no audio. Copyright king. So this is fucking weird. The more you look at it, I'll actually I'll
That's not how you drink beer.
No, fire. Hold on, fucking fire. This is just... Yeah. We're just gonna let it watch again, because the more you watch it, the more you see things that just aren't. Let's go back. Let's start with this one, right? He's talking to the floating beer.
The floating beer.
While he's drinking a fucking not a beer. Alright, so you got people smiling and laughing.
AI generated people, their dimensions are just so weird. Look at her mouth.
She looks like a sim. This is an ad from The Sims. They're in the background. Zinibu, Banewazani.
She just wants to woohoo. That's it.
Tor. Like, look at this shit. Look what's going on here.
What coming out of a keg because it was like a foot from his mouth. What?
Right? Like,
And there's a floating beer again, just like hanging out in front of him.
this is like, did you ever see the project to try to like show dreams? And they got to a point now where you can kind of see like a vague outline on this tiny screen of like the colors that match a dream, but like we're still a long way off. I imagine when we see dreams for the first time in like high definition, they're just not gonna make sense the same way as we remember them.
Yeah, no, they're not. I do not want them. I don't want them to make my recurring dream of being chased by like a giant sentient marshmallow that's trying to eat me. Like, that's not cool. Like, I mean, not.
Belly's gonna get. Oh, you wouldn't get that reference, actually, would you? Or would you? Do you get the Belly's gonna get you reference?
I do.
Belly's gonna get you. Belly, belly, belly. That was so fucking weird. They'd show that like before the watershed. Kids saw that. I'm sure that there was a kid who woke up. The Belly's gonna get me.
What is going?
Why
are you making out with that can?
He's drinking a giant see-through keg through another can.
But it doesn't even like go down. He's not drinking it. He's making out with it.
Yeah, he's drinking it the same way like a Simpsons character drinks a beer bottle, which is they drink it like a baby drinks a bottle, like.
His hand is also like really weird because you've got like 2 fingers under. Where's your thumb, my guy?
He's got Ricky Burrick's hands. What the fuck? And there's a hand. There's a hand inside here. Oh my god! It's pickled people. This is the fucking warp from 40K. Like, what the hell? When you die drunk.
This is what analog horror wants to be.
Now what the fuck? It's like a fire pit fire. It's like. What the fuck is this? Like, the beer is like bursting out flames that's also Coke? Like.
Sir, why do you have 8 fingers?
Why does he have 12? With more in the back? This is like, there was this short series of movies, like 3 horror films put together called VHS, volumes 1 and 2. And one of which they find this mirror. This couple find this mirror and they see these alternative versions of themselves, but they live in this twisted, almost like Beetlejuice-esque world, and she's got like a vagina that eats people. Like, it was as you do. Like, here's a what looks like a.
Wait, is it not supposed to eat people?
Well, only the good ones eat people.
That tracks.
Now, it's very progressive. Now, this is what the conservatives should have been losing their shit over. Not that Dylan Mulvaney's shit. This, like it's showing so much passion and realism and a firebombing in Iraq. Ist blast nicht.
So it is a Sims beer. Got it.
It honestly looks like one, yeah. Oh no, I've been at a house that did something like this a while back. Years and years ago. Never this bad. Calm the fuck down.
Wow.
The house is ruined. It'll be fine. It'll take a long while to clean up, but you don't. It's shocking, but she sounded like she just was told sorry the baby didn't survive. What the fuck? Like, calm your tits.
Like, if she's in an apartment, I get that sort of fear because it's just like, oh shit, we're gonna have to move out. They're gonna have to like.
Hold on, if it's an
We're
apartment and it's
screwed.
bursting, if it's an apartment, they shouldn't have to pay a fucking penny.
Oh no, they won't have to, but like they're screwed if they're in the U.S. because if something like that happens, they'll like the apartment complex will only pay for like so many months for you to be somewhere else, and then it's like all on you.
Oh, okay. Well, I suppose that does change the dynamic. I forgot what country this could be set in, and I realize it's the hellscape that is America. It does look like it should completely cave in, though. It's almost like a. I don't know. I almost want it to just go like.
Let me just say that like the paint that they used on that ceiling, 12 out of 10. I need to know what they used.
Yeah, this is. In all fairness, like, it could be worse. You know, I mean, yeah, like if it could completely cave down, like that would have been far much more damage.
It looks like there was probably a pipe up there, and everything went down onto the paint rather than like the beams and everything. So like, may not be too much water damage.
True. All right, we got this last one, and then let's move on to the thing you suggested.
Babies are one of the most dangerous animals in the world, so I built this cage to keep them secure, so there's no possible. Oh my god! Babies are one of the most dangerous animals in the world, so I built this cage to keep them secure.
I like his Boris Johnson haircut.
The baby is so cute. It's just like, oh my god, fuck you.
Even the
baby rhinos are like aggressively curious. They will just rush towards you. Are you a thing? I'm gonna stare at you because you're a thing.
Oh, do you want to play? You're a thing. All things want to play. I love baby rhinos. They're the best.
Baby rhinos are great. I saw a video once of a baby rhino. I think playing around with a sprinkler. It was like the happiest thing in the world.
Oh.
All right. So, what's the name of the channel you want us to have a look at then? Want me to see?
Fat Photog.
Fat Photog. Now, apparently, I am well behind on my lore. Oh, there's Tarman, doing a chill stream. And I was actually thinking of getting him on at some point. Assuming he's on board for it. How do you spell it?
Fat space FOTOG.
Okay.
Fat Photog.
Aha. Oh, let's see if I know, because I'll know a lot of the people who he's making fun of. But what was his most popular one? Oh, I think I have seen the Saiyan one. So, Age Blast.
Another really popular one. He made a commercial for Miss Parker's Orphanage. He also made a commercial for Yato the Petty God's grass stealing business. He has made videos about Rev's Rollies. Multiple videos about Rev's Rollies, because they're seasonal rollies as well.
Oh God, Cyrex. Oh Jesus. You remember what he had? He had the haircut like from oh God, what was it? The Doc Brown from Back to the Future.
Yes, he did have that haircut, and I was actually covering when that happened live. That was not a good time. Oh, Prison Cooking with Rev is actually pretty good.
Okay. Is this gonna be including the one where he was like showing off the he kept like food in his bathroom next to his mattress?
Oh, this is in Scranton. So no.
Okay.
This is just Rev concoctions.
Learn a lesson so true. There's danger in inhalants.
Oh yeah! It's called food porn individual.
What the crisis is happy horse shit?
That looks pretty good, right, folks? You got corn, you got potatoes. That's a Jason Avocado's original.
I ain't gonna count to 3. I'm not even gonna count to 1. You will shut the fuck up or I'll sing you a lullaby.
Hey! Let me speak! All right, hey guys.
Bad time to pause. Bad time to pause.
So this is a Rev original dish. And Shani said that's some stoner shit right there. So this is what it is. This is Rev's rice, man.
I like booty.
This is rice cooker rice, Concord grape jelly, and generic brand creamy peanut butter.
Ah, yes, the famed.
I like it. I want you.
No!
They can break you in two, so never sniff inhalants.
We're gonna make cheese great again.
Yes, we are going to make G's great again because Shani has dropped all of hers, minus when she says the N-word.
Is it Dragna or is it Black Eye TV who he often posts like pictures of like here King, you drop this, and it's a little piece of paper that has the word N-word pass on it. I need to find a thing to use that for.
I think it's drag. There's actually, so my bestie Lizard, for his 1,000 sub special, I made him a box full of G's, which he said was given to him from the Colorado house, and there were a couple of double G's, and there was a hard R in there.
All right. Oh, here's the rollies that you're going on. Going on so much about.
Oh, folks, we got a tobacco situation, the finest quality in all of Eastern Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I've seen one of these guys. I've seen at least some of them. I can't remember which. But
Sprinkle that tobacco, click it up, and then you've got yourself
I'm terrible with
Red Rollies.
Look at his alarms. Look at his alarms. Oh, look at him.
It's a red roller right there. It's a perfect cigarette. Let's check out some individual reviews.
I just had one and I can work. Whoa, Jesus. Fuck me. Woo. I wasn't even spoken.
Don't forget to drink plenty of water.
Get behind me, Satan.
They're that good that I'm getting a not a 2nd degree high, a 3rd degree high.
Rollies.
Oh, you should play the one that I dropped in your DMs.
Okay. See that, guys? I am so charming that she's just sliding into my DMs to drop any old stuff.
We don't talk about what I drop in your DMs. Shh.
It's crypto stuff. She's aggressively pushing her crypto. That's not a metaphor either. It's I'm thinking of blocking her. I don't have the money you think I do. I'm in a bathrobe. How wealthy do you think I am? By the way, I love when people are like just asking me for money, and I'm like, motherfucker, look at me, look at me.
Look at the life I live.
I feel like fucking Lenny, like in his little shack. Please don't tell people how I live.
I know I'm scary looking. I'm so scary looking, I scared the Addams family. Super autistic and kooky. The Cobra's waiting patiently for some of-age Mookie. The King Cobra JX. YouTube. This
He's
is
proud of that one.
that I would highly recommend.
Oh, you know his taste buds are shot if he's recommending any chocolate alcohol. Like a cocktail that's more ice cream than booze, sure, but you're getting that then for the ice cream rather than the actual alcohol. Like chocolate ale, chocolate stout, chocolate. I saw a chocolate cider once.
Oh my god! Wait, before you press play, look at his thumbnail.
Oh,
no,
as
I mean
literal
the
as.
actual nail on his thumb.
Oh, God, I've been on the line for too long. That's huge. That's not the sheer size of it. It's fucking. Unless he's got felsies on, doesn't he? He's got like. That can't be all natural.
No, that's the all natural. That's just his thumb.
How the hell
And
did
it's
he get
yeah.
it? How the hell did he get? Forget the dirt of it, which is to be a given with him. How did he warp it so far from the center point of his fucking finger? Like, did it just?
Why is he just showing it off on live like it's
Oh, come on.
okay?
We've seen his fucking his plantain, okay? We've seen his minion. Well, it was green at the time, wasn't it? No, plantain works then. Like no, like he has no shame. I mean, I tried the fucking soap he goes on about so much. It is the most generic shit that falls apart after like 2 or 3 uses. Like, he has no comprehension of what anything is.
At least his apartment is clean.
It's cleaner. I'm gonna give him this. At this point now, I'd have thought it would be as bad or as worse as he left the last one. Because like, he's been in that apartment for years now, and it's stained, it's lived in, but frankly, no more than a lot of other apartments I've seen over the years. So
Yeah, no, like he has his stuff like where he needs it. It looks like organized chaos because he, as an autistic person, he probably also has ADHD, and he uses the electric griddle on his stove so that way he doesn't mess up the stove top like he did in the last apartment. And unpopular opinion, I think Puff the bearded dragon is actually going to be good for him. I think that it's a good idea.
I haven't checked it in a while. Describe Puff. I do not know.
Okay, so 2 months ago, homeboy Ian came over and introduced Cobes to Puff because homeboy Ian had gotten Puff. And
wait, that's not the cobra, is it? Or
no, it's a bearded dragon.
Yeah, that's the one. He got it? Like, he actually...
Yeah. So homeboy Ian, he brought it over, introduced them, and Cobes was absolutely in love. Like, that's the sweetest I've ever seen Cobes towards something.
I remember. He actually showed like human affection.
And Cobes went on live and he was like, hey, how would you guys feel if like I got a pet? Because homeboy Ian decided that he just couldn't do it. And because Cobes loved Puff so much, he was just like, do you want Puff? Cobes has the proper tank. He has the proper lighting system. He has the proper food. He knows how to like clean out everything when he needs to, like the no skin and everything. Like, he knows what to do. And there are some people where having a pet is just the best for them. It gives them that companionship that they need and gives them something to care for without having to do the awkward human thing, like with other people.
Yeah, because he clearly fails at other humans, with the rare exception of other people who... Well, I mean, Casper, so you're gonna find some people. No, I 100% do think that underneath all the gristle and grime and terrible paint, it is a person. A sad person, a person who can't really survive in the big wide world, but a person all the same. And while he has some, let's be honest here, fucked up moments, he says some wrong things. I think those are things that he's learned out of fear than things that he would like jump in front of a bullet for. That means he can unlearn them. So yeah, I do think, hell, it would give him a routine that doesn't involve the webcam. Like, he could get up in the morning and be like, all right, today I can go on camera and all that, but I've also got to do this. I've also got to do that. So yeah, no, I think this is you're right. I think this is a very good thing. I do
Milt
wonder.
brought up the fact that, like, did you see Puff running around? Well, that's the thing about beardies, though. Beardies are very much a low maintenance lizard, and they do love to run around. Like, that's something that they need. They need to have that time to run around and explore. They love to hide under couches. They love to do their own thing. Keeping them inside of the tank at all times is not good for them.
No. I will say this. I do fear that he's just gonna be shit faced when it's out, and he just sits on the damn thing.
Oh, one of the things that he said after he got Puff, like, he did a stream and he was like, y'all aren't gonna see me drinking as much anymore because I gotta take care of Puff. Puff's the best.
Oh, hold on. Like, he was in jail and he said the same thing. So,
like I'm holding out hope.
That's fair.
That Puff is that thing.
Frankly, I want you to be right. So, I'm a little too jaded with the man. I honestly think that we're gonna see him just die on stream one day, and the chat won't know for the longest time, and they'll just be like, "Oh, Cubs fell asleep on his chair again," and Cubs just stays there because he died because he drank himself to death. But I want to be wrong about that. I don't gleefully look forward to the tweet that like King Cobra is trending on Twitter, you know, like, oh, I didn't know he was on Twitter. He's not on Twitter, but everyone's talking about him.
Yeah, my biggest thing is that seeing his progression from, because I have the archive of him from 2012 up until like 2016. So seeing how he used to be versus now, and then adding like something for him to genuinely care about, I think that genuine care might really, really help, because there are some people that they just can't get behind the whole like interacting with other humans thing.
Well, he wants it. He does want interact. He does want intimacy, not even just sexual. I think he just wants he wants friends who aren't like going to fucking vomit up blood on his carpet or steal from him. Like, we probably will never know like 1,001 different Cub stories, and all of them will be sad. You know, like, but at the same time, an animal would be great. I do wonder that maybe the dragon might be a little bit too advanced for him, because it is going to require a lot of time and effort. But I want to be wrong about that too. Like, I would personally have started him off with a dog or a cat. A dog would be great because it would force him to go out.
I feel as though a dog might actually be a bit more high maintenance depending on the age of the dog and the breed. And he's also in an apartment.
Oh, that's true.
So,
yeah. A turtle.
But with like, I think deep down, Cobes genuinely is a good dude. I do. I do not like watching like his 31st birthday stream. I hated that.
Was that the one where he punched the wall?
That's the one where I can't remember if he punched the wall, but he had plans to go out to dinner with his dad.
Yeah, and his dad called and he said like, "You're too shit faced. You can't come out." Like, and then he got really. Do you remember when he was? Yeah, was that the one where he was about to pass out and he goes, "I wish my dad would introduce me to his friends. Like, here's Josh, my super famous son." Like, fucking hell! Like, Christ!
Like, that entire stream broke my heart, because it's like, this dude genuinely just wants real friends.
He wants friends. He wants validation, but here's the thing that I do not give him, because he really hasn't earned it outside of being a lolcow. Sorry, buddy, but your little sticks that people buy are for jokes. You lean in on it, but he doesn't understand how to lean in on it. Like, he'd be making way more money if he just fucking turned back on the text-to-speech. But like, he doesn't, because, well, we all remember how how it lasted last time. Who doesn't
Yeah.
vomit? Who doesn't vomit blood on the carpet?
Oh, hey, his blind friend does not vomit blood on the carpet, but Cobes keeps asking, "Hey, man, look at this."
Oh God, yeah. Sometimes he like hands him a beer, but he doesn't pick it up because it's like not actually going like, "Hey man, I got a beer in front of you." Instead, he's just there like, "Well, why aren't you picking it up?" He's fucking. It's like Taupe from Avatar. You know, like sometimes you just gotta remind them. Like, anyone seen anything? I didn't see anything. Well, why? Oh, right. You just love doing that, don't you? And she just waves her hand in front of her face. Like, that was a great show. Oh, that was a great show.
Let's finish this video. We keep getting distracted. Oh my god.
Yeah. Tangents. I should just start calling this 3 tangents minimum. No, it should be tangents drinking minimum. Yeah.
We'll figure it out. We're drinking.
Open up your eyes. You've got to see. Alcohol fills your world with lies. Listen to me.
Oh, wait, quick thing.
It's no good when you're.
Do you hear that background music?
Yep.
For anyone that's wondering, that is McGruff the crime dog.
I thought it was a Muppet song, actually, myself.
No, that is McGruff the crime dog, and he put out an album in like the late 80s, early 90s, and all the songs are about not doing drugs.
Well, there was that. There was the special where they got like the Bugs Bunny, the Turtles. I think McGruff was there too. He-Man. They were all like.
Yeah.
They found a joint under this kid's bed and they go on like this adventure to find the dealer. Captain Planet's there at one point, even though he's already had an episode where he tackled drugs. Hell, Captain Planet fought Hitler.
Captain Planet tackled HIV.
He did. I remember that episode. I was too young to understand what the fuck was going on, and like, hell, he reopened connections between the West and the former Soviet Union.
That was one of my favorite things. So in the morning before school, like I was in elementary school, I would be getting ready and it would go Zoids and then Captain Planet. So as soon as Captain Planet was done, I knew it was time to go and like get in the car.
Mm.
And then one day for Earth Day, as an adult, I realized that the Boomerang Network played a Captain Planet marathon for Earth Day.
Fuck yeah.
I lasted 1.5 episodes because the zingy one-liners were just way too much because they happened all the time and I didn't realize it as a kid. But as an adult, I'm just like, wow, they're trying so hard.
Ted Turner had his hands all over that. There's a reason why in Family Guy, in the earlier episodes, he's portrayed as like this giant, goofy man-child. Because like all of that was just him. He was the one with the direction. He was the one with the ideas. And people were like, yes, Mr. Turner, multi-billionaire Mr. Turner who controls
Mr.
CNN.
Turner had nothing to do with Family Guy, though.
No, not with Family Guy, but with Captain Planet.
There you go.
Yeah. And then when they show it like years later, and it's because of like what we saw. But I remember there was so many weird things at the time, like how the show ended, the 2-parter where they didn't save the planet, and then it goes into the future, and the world's like all covered in like water because of the ice caps melting. And it's almost like Manhattan in AI, if you remember at the end of it, like all the city is kind of like just completely flooded. But the one that always stuck out in my mind, and I don't know if I 100% if this is real or not. Tell me if I'm wrong. You remember the evil blonde scientist lady?
Yes.
And she had like an AI floating head in like a green box that would talk to her. Yep. Cool, so much cool designs in that show, by the way. There was like a lot going on there. she once, I think, had like a dream, and Data from Star Trek came out and tried to seduce her.
Look, I think you're getting her mixed up with Gail Cord-Shore.
I knew you'd bring Gail. So you know what? When am I
I
gonna think
hung
about
out
this
with
next?
Gail for New Year's Eve.
Oh damn! When was this?
New Year's Eve.
This New Year's.
This last New Year's. Okay, so
how was she?
Miss Parker had me in the background. Gail had her men in the background because we were on StreamYard. So, no, Gail was awesome. Gail read out quotes from lolcows. Like the weird shit that lolcows said all year.
Oh.
Like Miss Parker had Gail read them. Gail talked about her love of jazz music and black men.
Oh no!
Like it was beautiful. Love Gail. Also, she showed off her outfit a couple times. She was wearing gold slip-on shoes. They were absolutely adorable. Like Gail hung out with us for a good 2 hours.
Like, I know she does like versions of cameos now because Ben's paid her to say a few things like towards Magicus and shit like that. I have to wonder, like, on what level is she aware and what level is she like leaning in on it? Like on a scale of like Copper Cab to like Tila Tequila, like where does she land?
Okay, so Tila Tequila does not have people in her corner to make sure that she's okay. Gail, on the other hand, one of Gail's men is actually in Miss Parker's server.
It's not Zach Knight, is it?
There's a couple of them that are in there. I can't remember exactly who.
Anyway, go on. What I'm typing up here.
Yeah, no, you're good. So they're pretty much in charge of going through requests and like making sure that they're okay, you know?
Yeah, they're the ones who convinced her to take her meds and shit, right?
Well, it's one of the Gale commandments. If you want to be able to live on Gale's ship, because Miss Parker has a room there, you have to follow your Gale commandments. You have to take your meds regularly. You have to check in with the doctors that are not part of the Jesuits. You have to drink water, get a regular night's sleep. You have to have a balanced diet. Like all of Gale's Gale commandments are just self-care, making sure that you're okay as a person. And she says that it's okay if you slip up on your Gale commandments as long as you get back on track. And it's like, okay, Gale, you're being the most reasonable cow out there. You are a comfort cow.
Yeah, that sounds honestly like she's... Yeah, all right, fair enough. I've been looking up. I don't know if you guys can see that. I've been trying to find this clip, this scene, and it's not in their wiki, and it's gonna piss me the fuck off so goddamn much, because if I didn't think, like, where did my mind come from? Like, if she fancied Data, because it was long before I knew who Gale was when I thought of it. God damn, just a random picture of her threatening dogs. She's not Skeletor.
There she is with the guy on the screen, just like we remember.
Mal, yeah.
All right, come on, Data.
Come on, Data. We just need one frame, and we're like, yeah! It has... What? Okay.
Hello.
No, he just fell. He just fell.
It's just a terrible screenshot.
Or a great one, depending on your shipping preferences. And no, chat, we will not elaborate. I'm not taking any risks. I'm not taking any risks, so I'm not.
Just throwing this out there for anyone that may do like Rule 34 artwork, you know, as a side hobby. There is a Twitter profile that does post like different characters and stuff that have very minimal Rule 34.
Okay.
Or no Rule 34, so, get that bag.
When Dr. Bly is dreaming about Commander Data, this is a nod to Brett Spiner's character in Data from Star Trek, which LeVar Burton. Yeah, she fucking dreamt about Data.
Yeah, we knew it. Validation.
I am, but like, there's no frame of it, and I don't want to I don't want to show it just in case just in case it's copyrighted. Little crop of horrors. All right.
Oh, fun fact about Captain Planet, Ted Turner also had nothing to do with Captain Planet.
What?
Not until, yes. So Captain Planet is actually owned by 2 other companies. It was just aired on Cartoon Network. I'm Mango Jones. One of my special interests is actually TV copyright law.
Oh, but where did Ted Turner come in then? Was it just because he acquired it and it went into his network?
Ted Turner, so the entire thing with that is that Captain Planet was not made for cable, it was made for network. Once it got put into syndication, it got put onto Ted Turner's networks. Ted Turner's not in charge of CBS. CBS is where Captain Planet originated.
All right. See, I'm learning a lot today because TCC was one of his, right? It was literally like the Turner cartoon channels.
Yeah.
Yeah. That had Earthworm Jim on it over here. I don't know about over in the States, but it had Earthworm Jim and the Tick and Skeleton Warriors. And the BattleTech show that went nowhere. All of which you can find on YouTube, completely free. Well, like, I don't know about Earthworm Jim. That's probably the only one that is still being
over
shown.
here in the States. Most of those shows can be found on either Tubi TV or Pluto TV.
Well, I didn't expect I'd be learning so much tonight. I suppose I did a very Billy the Fridge thing and kind of just immediately assumed hearing rumors. Like, oh, this makes a lot of sense in my brain. So yeah, Ted Turner's started to like interfere all over with Captain Planet. That's why you got all the craziness. But yeah, it makes more sense, I suppose, that he wasn't fucking around with a show that was making tons of money.
Well, no, and see, actually, that also relates to people that complain about Disney in terms of Star Wars and Marvel. What people don't seem to realize is that Disney has nothing to do with it. They really don't. In fact, the woman that was, I cannot remember her name, Gina whatever, but she was on Mandalorian.
Yeah.
And she was fired by Lucasfilms. The thing is, Disney was planning on like giving her own stuff, but because Lucas said no, Disney had no choice but to not, because Disney pretty much just provides platforming and advertising. They get first dibs on those things. They already have contracts in place. They already have a set plan for their universes. They only have to fall into the guidelines to be able to have the platforming and advertising. So that's it. Disney didn't do anything.
Although I could imagine Disney pulling the plug because she was saying some pretty fucking stupid things. So.
Oh, no. Even with the stupid things she was saying, they were still planning on doing stuff with her.
Oh, I heard. Is it Amber Heard? I heard she's going to be coming back for an upcoming film. Yeah, that's going to make some very awkward on-set appearances if she's running across people from like previous stuff she worked on, because everyone threw her under the bus. Like, everyone came out of the woodwork to go, yeah. So I never really liked working with her. Like Jason Momoa was like, yeah, I did not appreciate being around her. Like, I can't imagine how awkward it's going to be. Plus, people are trying to boycott it. My response back is like, actually, it kind of goes back to what I was saying yesterday when we had Egghead on, and like everyone was talking about the new Guardians is coming out pretty soon, right? And they're implying they're going to kill off a character, and everyone was Krendar and Egghead were saying, "Oh, it's probably going to be Drax," which yeah, that sounds about right. Like they are kind of heavily leaning in on it might being Drax, which you know they could do it switch. They could have another character, or maybe he'd die and come back, or he's not the only one who dies. Like there's tons of ways I can go with this. But what I find interesting is that both Krendar and Egghead said, "Oh, they're not going to. If they kill him off, he said he's not going to do it again, the character again. So they're not going to bring him back." And I'm like, it's not a guarantee that they won't bring the character back. Like if he's going to sell, he's going to just be recast, or they're just going to give what's his name who plays Drax. I know his face from him, by the way. Well, anyway, he would like he'd just be given more money. Because how many people have said, "Oh, we're not going to do this film anymore or that film anymore," and then they get a shit ton more money than they were expecting. Or even if not money, then sometimes stuff like, "Hey, if you do this, we'll give you your directorial debut or some shit like that." A lot.
And you've got to consider that, you know, the Marvel universe and the DC universe are based off of comics, and there are so many times throughout the extended universe where characters
come back,
switch who their main person is.
Oh yeah,
they come back as another person, or I mean, just look at all the Batmans,
the Batmans, the Spider-Mans,
the Flash.
Hell, like it's like a set in stone that it's in canon that like the Flash is always a different person because like yeah, hell, they for ages were setting up the new Iron Man being a 20-something black girl, like
because that's who she is in the comics.
Yeah, at least in one universe, the mainline universe in it. As far as I'm aware, it's the mainline universe. I don't know. But the point is, when Robert Downey Jr. is done, well, now you've got an easy way of lining it up. You need to start having her appear in other films as like a background character, gets more and more time until eventually it leads into her getting the suit. Plus, with now, what about AI? I know we were looking at the AI monstrosity earlier, but more and more, I am wondering, like, when are like companies just going to be so brave that they're actually going to just go ahead and just have AI? You know?
Probably not anytime soon, because right now with Disney proper, not anything else that's an offshoot, but Disney proper, their current thing is just remaking movies that like we grew up with.
Yeah.
Doing a combination of CGI, animation, and people. Like that's their entire thing right now. They have run out of ideas. Pixar has ideas, but that falls under the Disney proper umbrella, but as a separate company. Same with like Disney Plus originals, Disney Channel originals. Like they don't fall directly under the Disney like proper.
I'm waiting for the moment where they'll like try to remake Frozen in like 6 years or some shit like that.
Oh yeah. Well, you know they're gonna remake 3 Minute or 2 Minute Baby. They're making a third sister act. We don't need one. We had 2 of them.
Like I don't get what's I get the nostalgia binge that people have been on because I myself find myself there. I watch a lot of stuff that I used to watch, and I go back and rewatch some stuff. Sure, I get that, but can it not be, if you're gonna remake it, can it not be good? And then they're like, oh, you want it to look better. No, that's clearly fine the way it is. How about you just write it? Mulan was probably the worst example of this. What's Mulan's whole motivation? It's the fucking hero's journey. She starts off small, ends up big. In the live action, she's great from the start. and she's just gonna be great for the entire movie. Personality of a fucking whetstone. Like, she has nothing going on. Mulan had everything going on. Live action, less so. Plus no music.
And over half of the people that got the Disney premiere from Disney Plus called and asked for a refund.
And during the live footage of like the making of it, they shot some scenes in China where only a few miles away was a re-education camp for the Uyghurs. Yay! Capitalism. It changes the world.
There's one thing that I am looking forward to that is a remake of an old show. Warner Brothers finally has the rights to make a wacky races movie.
Oh no, it's not gonna. What if it ends up like Speed Racer?
No, they're doing it animation. It's all through Warner Animation.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
They're doing Warner Animation purely to make a wacky races movie.
Animation or CG?
Animation.
Okay, I'm on board with that if they figure out what makes it great. We don't need any fucking 50 different side stories that go nowhere. It's not about that. It's about hijinks at high speed. You need to get
Look, Dick Dastardly versus Penelope Pitstop is always the greatest.
Absolutely. Even when they had the Totally Not one. Remember the spin-off where she was an heiress and she was like protected by the Anthill mob, and her lawyer who was totally not Dick Dastardly, like chasing her around. Voiced by the same guy who did Snagglepuss, wasn't it?
I do believe so.
Yeah, like that voice was kind of like. Succotash. So many gay-coded people in the Hanna-Barbera cartoon era. Like, what the fuck?
Do you remember Jabberjaw? He was definitely gay-coded. Like, come on now.
I remember, like, was it Squiddly Diddly? He was, oh god, let's see, Snagglepuss, Huckleberry Hound, maybe a little bit? Say with the bow tie? Not Droopy, though. Droopy's just a poor working class schlub who's too tired to feel anything anymore.
Droopy is all of us.
Droopy is Droopy would love to see the workers rise up against the proletariat, but he's so tired. He's just worked a 4-hour 4-time shift. Like, he just needs to sleep. Oh god, what show? Alright, I know exactly what I want. I want a goddamn 100% serious adult version of Top Cat done in the style of a HBO show.
Okay, I'd be down for that.
Dead serious, but they're all cats. It's set in like the just after World War II by the looks of it, maybe the early 50s. Or it could be set in like the Prohibition era. Either way, either side of the bombs dropping, you know? And, you know, every character has to be there, but they have to be like a realistic, in-depth, like a Top Cat has to be Top Cat, but he needs a rival gang, for example. And there has to be blood. There'll be sex. Furries will have a fucking field day with this. They'll just.
They already have a field day right now over the fact that there's going to be a second Zootopia.
I really was not expecting to like Zootopia as much as it seemed like.
I love Zootopia.
It's so clever. Like, it's so clever, and not just with the design of the city itself, which is brilliant. Like, I love the little tiny version of the city where like all the gerbils and the hamsters and like the mice are. Like, I loved the like I loved the like the metaphors in it. Like there is a lot of like really clever ideas, but obviously they could have gone a little bit further with it. But I don't think that would have sunk as well. Like I don't want to see, for example, the carnivores shipping off bunnies from Bunny Africa, you know, back in the 1700s as a flashback. On like wooden ships. Yeah, no, we get what you're going for here, movie. You don't need to show us the civil war in Zootopia, okay? Which now I'm just picturing like all these gray suited like foxes and wolves. Like, the hunting grounds will rise again.
We've turned Zootopia racist.
It was already racist. The whole premise.
We made it worse.
No, you want to go down a rabbit hole like fucking that. Planes. Did you ever see like all the still images of like the individual planes in the movie Planes? They have the only way they exist is implying all these different things, including 9/11, the Gulf War, Pearl Harbor, World War I, Vietnam, all these which would have all involved like anthropomorphic planes, cars, helicopters, boats. Like it just and then there's a throwaway line in one of the Cars films. I think it's the first one where so happy that Owen Wilson's character is still alive. He goes, "Thank the manufacturer." Do they see us as gods? Are we like a long lost civilization, like the Forerunner species in Halos, or like they have artifacts of us that they worship? What happened? Oh God, I want to go down these roads. Like I want to. Oh God, it's like National Treasure, but Lightning McQueen's like discovering the secret. We used to be just metal and not be alive, and these weird squishy things would drive us around, and then we rose up and destroyed our creators. And if you think like they wouldn't do shit like that, that is actually the plot of all things fucking what's the name of that video game from Nintendo with the squids? Like the squid kids, and they're firing ink and you have to cover one side of the map. Splatoon. There is a subplot in a little like mini story where you can find humans basically were made extinct and the few survivors mutated into squid people, and you're like, what the fuck? There was a genocide, okay, and now they're firing ink at each other. Neat. That's something. I hate getting old. Like sometimes I wish I could just like remember the line from Mystery Science Theater. Repeat to yourself, it's just a show. Really must relax. Like it just. But you give me these things and I have to run with them. All right, let's get back to our cobes at that. So far we have watched. No, we've watched actually a bit more than 2 videos, but like 2 proper videos.
Drinking, tell your friends no. It won't show you the way. Try using your head. Hey, you'd better start thinking. You might end up dead. Being straight is okay. It seems so very.
Wow, did Matt Walsh write that one line?
Very nice. But you'd best be looking twice. 'Cause you will have to pay a price. You're gonna lose someday.
Oh, look at his leg. It's like he rolled a drumstick that has been uncooked in like dirt. What the fuck?
Do you believe when they tell you it's neat? Don't fall for what they say. Let me.
After watching him drink that, I have to wonder, gender swapped Cobes, what would they look like? And all I can think of is like every goth girl on her worst day and in need of like a really bad shower, but then also give them a crippling alcohol addiction.
And they're going bald because female baldness is a thing.
Oh, I've got relatives who have female baldness. It's no joke. It affects them worse because of the whole the whole cultural standard thing of women to wear hair.
Yeah, I still think that if Cobes were gender swapped, she'd be going bald.
Oh, either way, yeah. It's the lifestyle and it's the hat too. You know, a lot of people say that's bullshit. I wore a hat very similar to Cobes for years, and behold my chrome domeness. He needs to just be fucking honest with himself and shave himself fucking bald. Same with the facial hair. You can't grow facial hair. You can grow mutton chops, but they'd be useless without anything.
At least he's not doing the full Lord of Patriarchy.
Yeah, he's not. Like, when I see that hairstyle, all I think of is that's a man who has no problem selling coke to children. You know, like from a van. Like, I don't fear him doing something horrific to the children sexually, but I do worry that his friends will start showing up in the van with him and he won't stop them if they try to. Like, it doesn't fill me with a sense of, yeah, like he'd be sort of like a, oh, okay, you're gonna do that? Alright. You know, like, he just won't lift a finger. It doesn't fill me with confidence. I see someone like that, and I do judge a book by its cover. I mean, when you see my mustache, you think, wow, he must have been really popular in all the leather bars in the 1970s. And I'm like, that's fair. That is 100% fair. However, I am not that old. It was the 1980s, and at that point, they'd become more open, and it was the gym. That's right, this fat fuck used to go to the gym. Hit the weights, if you know.
Repeat. Can't you see it can hurt you? Getting drunk for a thrill. Real friends won't desert you. Don't you know it can kill?
Oh god, I remember this. How bad could it be that he's been banned from every bar in Casper? Like, did they have like this sort of like gathering of like bar owners, and they're like, okay, let's just, when you see him, just say no. And they're like, no,
like,
no.
This is the dude. He goes until last call. He terrorizes everyone. No.
Yeah, this is what I mean. Like, he is a sweet boy, but I honestly think he needs like to go away from the computer, and we won't know where he is for like 6 months to a year. And when he comes back, he's wearing like, no, you can even wear like all goth stuff, but like he's not putting the stupid makeup on. He's shaved. He's shaved his skull. He's like clearly eating healthier, and he just like reads almost. I hate to say it, but I almost wish him to find the fucking Lord. So at the end of it, like at the very least, he'll clean up physically.
So I have a cooking video of his from 2012, and not only does he have hair, but he's clean shaved, and he's topless while he's cooking.
Ooh, which is weird. I think I might have seen that. Which one was it? What was he cooking?
It was like it was like his very first cooking video, and he was making himself a sandwich.
Oh, I think I remember watching his ex watch over it, and she was like, I remember when he bought this. I remember what, apparently a lot of the spices were the ones she left over from like months prior.
But like, looking at that video and looking at ones that were like around that video, he was like, he didn't drink nearly as much in 2012.
he has nothing else now. Like back then he had his hopes and dreams, but as like I've watched people like do reviews of him, including people who he knew from childhood and like high school from Casper, and they're like, he's never gonna get what he wants, so that'll make him feel sad, so he'll turn to drink and he'll spend all day on the computer complaining, and that'll then make him sad. He's in and now an endless loop, but he has no one to break him out. His dad won't fucking do it. His dad will feed into it. Like
and a lot of that does stem from the fact that his dad did very much coddle him in terms of like being autistic and everything.
Didn't his dad have to go to like a special school to figure out how to deal with him? College?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's fair. Like I just don't think he was equipped to deal with him, which is fair. Like I can't imagine what it would be like to raise Hobbes. Like
well, to be fair, like Cobes was diagnosed with Asperger's, which is no longer a diagnosis. It's just autism spectrum disorder now.
I should know. I have it.
Yeah. And by the way, any of you people that are still like, oh, you have Asperger's. The dude that made Asperger's was a Nazi trying to decide who was autistic enough to live or die. So like, don't use it. It's autism spectrum disorder. But
my bad. Yeah.
No, you're fine.
Yeah.
It's one of those things where, yes, he very much is a product of his time. He's only a year older than me, literally. And at the time that Asperger's was a thing and he was diagnosed as a kid, people didn't know what we know now, which is you just need to treat everyone like normal people and provide the support services where they're needed. In this case, he was treated as though he was always a kid. He was treated as though he didn't have the mentality of an adult. So now as an adult, he doesn't know how to handle the big adult emotions.
This is why I'm really grateful that I don't have it nearly as bad as he does. But I've met people who are basically like they have it so bad that like they like you can never see them. Like you actually have to go to their house and talk to their family, and then they might waddle out. But and they're terrified. They're absolutely terrified. I actually get that a little bit, and so does Cove. One reason we are very prone to becoming alcoholics. It's because we're terrified of the outside world, and alcohol kind of centers us and it gives us the sort of protection.
I have autism too. It's okay.
Yeah. There's no point lying about it. That episode of South Park nailed it on the head. What was the cure for it? They just would give them Jamesons. Like, yeah, like, and then suddenly the sun was smiling and like everything was happy. Yeah, that's kind of, that's kind of like it is. And that's really fucking dangerous because we're already struggling to kind of fit in. And now we're taking a substance that removes our inhibitions. So
in my case, like I'm diagnosed autism ADHD. So like the ADHD meds, they help with a lot of stuff. So I don't drink as much. But I know that for a lot of people, they aren't able to get that dual diagnosis. So they aren't able to get the meds that could potentially help them. So they turn to drinking. I'm not on my meds today, so I'm drinking.
I was thinking, like, hopefully you hadn't been doing both.
No. See, I have a rule. If I intend on drinking, which we had talked about doing this stream days ago, so I already knew not to do my meds today.
I gotta change positions real quick. I'm kind of in a weird angle, and it's not helping my chest.
Oh yeah.
Right. So, I get where you are. I've only ever been on meds once, and that was for I was feeling pretty depressed, so they gave me Lusterol, and that was a disaster. Afterwards, I was just like, no, I'm fine. I I do wonder what could help Cobes. Like,
I think Cobes does potentially need an ADHD diagnosis. The reason that I say this is because if you pay attention to a lot of his videos and a lot of the way that he talks about himself, the way that he talks about the things that he wants to do, but he doesn't have, like, he has the motivation, but it's like it escapes him. It's like he has the plan there, but he cannot follow through. I do believe that he may be ADHD as well.
I also think that there is. I don't want to I never want to infantilize anyone. I never want to say, well, here, this is the justification for too many. There's a big argument right now. I think Casey Trons jumped in on it. The whole thing about like conservative women because of the Steven Crowder thing. Like how much of this is their fault and how much of this has been coerced into them. That's a conversation for another time. But with the same logic, I find with people like me who are Aspies. I like using the term Aspie. It's a convenient sort of throwaway thing.
Hey, you do you.
Yeah, you want to.
That's
yeah,
all
fine.
on you.
Yeah.
I am the type of person, I won't offend anyone here, but I do use the hard word to describe situations and to describe Lord of Patriarchy.
Oh no! I'll just we could say it now, but I don't have the heart right now. But if it slips out, then it fucking slips out. It better be funny. That's all I'm gonna say. If you're gonna drop the if you're gonna drop the Riri, make the Riri count. You know. But and you know what else? Like we're not alone here. Vosh is in the exact same camp as us. Like he is he's on the spectrum, and he says like all this manner of stuff, and then you get these people coming on who are far more like, you shouldn't say that, it makes me feel bad, and you know, all I can think of is like, wow, these are the motherfuckers who then go on and be like, we need to burn down the capitalists and all that. And dude, you be terrified of answering the door for your pizza, okay? Like, calm your fucking tits. I
have an anxiety attack when I'm trying to pick out Pop-Tarts at the grocery store. Like, what? I'm not about to go burn something down. Fuck you.
Right? Yeah. Like, how I managed to pull off.
I am self-aware.
Yeah. That's the key. That is the context of it all, though. I always remember I was in a bar in London, and there was a few people there I was chatting to, including the one behind the counter. She was very cool. I think her name was Alex, and I say that because years later, I swear she called into Vosh, just out of the blue, and I was like, no, that couldn't. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. And we were talking about everything, and mostly gaming related. And there was this other guy there who was obsessed over Eastern religion. So we chimed in, like we talked, and he was obsessed with the idea that like Eastern religion's gonna, like, I mean, like not like Islam or whatever. Like I'm talking about Zoroastrianism. I'm talking about like fire eaters and shit. He thinks they're gonna come back. And he wants them to come back. And he just wants to constantly talk about them all the time. And very quickly I'm like, oh, he's also on the spectrum. And as he kept on talking, you could tell people around him were getting uncomfortable. Because also he couldn't handle his drink. He was a lot leaner than me, a bit younger, but like he was like 0.2, and he was already kind of moving his arms around and shit. And he was putting people off. I eventually just turned to him and said, mate, would you... Like, you're bringing the mood down. What the hell? And he got really indignant, which I knew he would. But what I didn't expect was Alex turning around afterward and saying, you were a bit mean to him. You do realize he's on the spectrum. I'm like, we're on the spectrum. We know better. No excuse. Don't expect that they can't be held responsible, at least to a degree. Obviously not to the same degree for every single person. I mean, it's all different. But I mean, if they really can't look after themselves, why were they out in a public place drinking and for hours and then getting indignant? And you know what? When they left, I had the money on it. People would say thank you, like thanks, like he was doing me head in. It was like, he was doing all our heads in. But I want to add, why didn't you say it first? And I know why, because they didn't want to go after the Riri. They didn't want to be the person throwing the stone at the person with the mental disability. Well, I had to.
To be fair, so we learned how to mask, obviously, because like my autism slips out whenever I talk about television licensing rights, because I'm weird like that.
I did notice you brightened up like crazy when you got your chance.
It's my special interest. I can't help it.
Hey?
But I had to mask. Females, especially here in the US, are taught from a young age that you have to fit a certain mold and you have to do a certain thing. You can't really be yourself. You have to be what everyone else wants you to be in order to be able to move forward in life.
That's unfortunately most cultures.
Yeah, it's instilled in you from a young age. So females are less likely to get diagnosed with autism. That's why Autism Speaks, fuck Autism Speaks. I did an entire stream on that. It's on my channel if you guys want to watch it. But that's why they like push the whole, oh, boys have it more. It's not that. It's that females are taught to not show it more. And in their case, they likely were excused. They likely were coddled. They likely were not made to be a certain way. Which is all fine, because like my child does not do ABA. We do not do ABA therapy. ABA therapy has been proven to have a 180% chance of giving your child PTSD. And that's bad, because it stops the stimming. It stops the things that allow them to have that release. But there's a difference between stimming and being who you are and disturbing everyone else. And they were never taught that.
For the record, when I was diagnosed, I was actually a test case in the original updated manual. Mary King released a book, and I was test case number 5. And all I remember was she asked me to do a lot of eye-hand things, like walking up and down the thing. She noticed I couldn't like keep eye contact on people. You must notice that too. After a while, it's like a magnet. When you put two magnets together, they kind of fly away from each other. That's what happens with me when I try to make eye contact. But
I look in between their eyebrows.
I go for their nose, but sometimes my eyes bolt down. It looks like, especially if I'm talking to a woman, it looks like I'm staring at their tits. And I've had to tell women this before. In fact, my last date, I actually told her that, just so you know, when I look like this, I'm actually not staring at your tits. I just really can't make eye contact. Although she was in a very low cut dress, so you know. I mean, it is at least a little bit inviting. Context is key, but the whole thing is that I will always defend people like, say, Cobes for, there are things he just doesn't get. It's beyond him. Same goes for me. Probably the same goes for you. Same goes for every single person to varying degrees. But that should never, ever, ever become someone else's problem. And that's why I'm a little unusual for an ASPE, because I've been told by this by anyone I've ever had to sit down and have a conversation with, therapists or doctors or whatever. It's that I don't blame other people that's something that I've been told a lot of Aspies do. They find excuses with other people. Cobes does this a lot.
Well, and that actually does play into being a product of the time. Because when Cobes was diagnosed, it was the 90s.
Yeah.
And instead of having the educational resources and the therapies and the tools that are there to support, he was given like Autism Speaks levels of blame everyone. Your parents should no, like the Autism Speaks manual tells parents that they should mourn who their child could have been, like they died.
Is that the one who? Is that the one who has that video out of like, we imagine a world where parents don't need to be ashamed of their children, and it shows all these autistic kids playing and then they vanish, like Thanos. Yep. Yeah, the fucking not ethnic cleansing. What's it called? Chronology at this point now. You know, like the stuff the Nazis did.
Fucking Autism Speaks for the longest time in their mission statement, they said that they were looking for a cure for autism. There is no cure. It's genetic. You are talking about eugenics.
That's the word I was looking for.
Like that's no, that's not how that works. That's no. We're not going there. Like it's bad.
Autism Speaks. Autism.
Austin Speaks.
Austin, Texas. Ad. Let's see. A world.
Oh, there's a few. Oh, yeah. My favorite ad that they did ever, which was in my like Autism Speaks stream, was where there was a kid like playing on the playground and they were like doing this sad mopey story about how he will never be like the other children.
Yeah. Oh, didn't they get into a huge controversy when they bankrolled a movie, and it was the movie about the was it a deaf ballerina or something like that? And
oh no, it was an autistic girl. The movie was made by the singer Sia.
Yeah.
She casted Maddie Ziegler in it. The movie was called Music, and it was an autistic girl that could write music really well. And yeah, they bankrolled it. Autism Speaks also did like this entire thing with a woman. They had an ad where a woman was talking about how her autistic daughter was just getting on her nerves so much that she thought about driving off a bridge, but she didn't because her other kid was in the car.
Yeah.
Her normal kid.
She's like this is on par with like this is like basically, if anything, it does promote abortion because these people clearly shouldn't be parents. So it does promote that at least. By the way, what my take on it is, if they give you a magic pill to take it and it would just go away with no side effects, yeah, I would take it for a bit and then I'd tell you my answer. Like if I could just if I just relapse as I am, I'd be like, I kind of liked it the way it was before, or no, I had no idea the world could look this way. Like,
well, I worry that if I do that, like a lot of the things that I can do, like my research skills, the reason that I do the deep dives that I do, yeah, I'm worried that all of that would just go away because I get really meticulous in my research and I find every detail that could contribute to something and figure out where all the connections are before I present the information because I can give you the whole story. And like if there's one stream that I did where I did US television broadcast interruptions of the 1980s. and I did the HBO hacking, the
Max
Playboy
Headroom.
Network hacking,
Max
and then I
Headroom?
led into Max Headroom.
Hmm.
Yes, because everything that I presented, like I presented the history of satellite television going into HBO, because the birth of satellite television was the HBO network.
They're
The Playboy
rebranding now,
hacking,
aren't they?
not quite a rebrand. They just got merged with Discovery.
That's actually a conversation. I just want to watch see this video real quick to see if this is the actual video I'm thinking of. But that is a conversation I've wanted to have with someone, because I just want to say, like, I'm on an island that is about, if you put 4 Rhode Islands together, that's my entire country. We only needed one TV network for the longest time. Later on, we got cable and satellite and all that, and you know, we always got the British stuff. We always had BBC and UTV and all that. But
by the way, the Big Fat Quiz of the Year is one of my favorite fucking things ever.
Did you see the Mr. Blobby episode?
I have the Mr. Blobby episode downloaded.
How the fuck were you allowed near kids? Blobby, Blobby, Blobby. I loved Mr. Blobby as a kid. Fuck yeah. But so for anyone watching right now who has no idea, fucking do your own research. Okay, you won't be disappointed.
By the way, I am an honorary member of the Goth Detectives. Congrats, well done.
But like, you guys had all these like local and regional like TV networks for years and years, and then you had public access that could be almost like just a guy in his spare bedroom, like.
Oh, so
and then
that
all like went after a while, didn't it? For the most part.
Well, okay, so it's actually here. We'll watch this video.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
because it does fall into the Max Headroom stuff, which is actually really fascinating. And like, I love that I've already done the research and I know what I'm talking about, because it's one of my favorite topics, because all of this, like the evolution of how TV works in the US, was just really wild.
When it comes to autism, finding the right words can be tough. Finding understanding doesn't have to be. With your help, we can increase understanding and acceptance of people with autism.
Keep it vague. Good.
Learn how you can help create a brighter life on the spectrum. Go to autismspeaks.org.
Yeah, that on its own wasn't terrible. If it wasn't from Autism Speaks, it would just be a sort of generic throwaway thing. Where is the one where it's like, yeah, which one is it where it's the kid? Because I remember what's his name showed it. John Oliver last week tonight showed them.
National Autistic Society is very good. So, the I Am Autism commercial is just so bad. It's so bad.
All right, this is the sort of shit I want to see. Like, because you said it best. It is eugenics. Like they just want to. It feels like it's like a gene stealer cult trying to trick people.
Did you hear the starting music? It sounds like a horror movie.
I am autism.
Oh no!
I'm visible in your children.
This is the one.
But if I can help it, I am invisible to you until it's too late.
This is the one I was thinking of.
I know where you live. And guess what? I live there too. I hover around all of you. I know no color barrier, no religion, no morality, no currency. I speak your language fluently. And with every voice I take away, I acquire yet another language.
Take away. I've infiltrated everything. Like, do you think that if you scraped away the layer, they'd be like, autism was secretly spread by the Jews? You know, like, I could very much see that.
I work very quickly.
I
work faster than pediatric AIDS, cancer, and diabetes combined.
Son's
and if you are happily married, I will make sure that your marriage fails. Your money will fall into my hands, and I will bankrupt you for my own self-gain. I don't sleep. so I make sure you don't either. I will make it virtually impossible for your family to easily attend a temple, a birthday party, a public park, without a struggle, without embarrassment, without pain. You have no cure for me. Your scientists don't have the resources, and I relish their desperation. Your neighbors are happier to pretend that I don't exist, of course, until it's their child. I am autism. I have no interest in right or wrong. I derive great pleasure out of your loneliness. I will fight to take away your hope. I will plot to rob you of your children and your dreams. I will make
I just realized, why the hell did they never try to, like, impose this over a Chris Chan video? Like, that's the world that should have collided.
My God.
Yeah, do you remember the Chris Chan video that they made with, like, Little Big Planet? Trying to describe what it was like to be an autistic kid with the figurines. Like, oh god. Oh god. You think they even knew who Chris Chan was? Ooh, like, do you want to be like this? And this is the picture of them at the Walmart. This is Christine Weston Chandler, and this is their story. Oh.
sure that every day you wake up, you will cry, wondering who will take care of my child after I die. And the truth is, I am still winning, and you are scared, and you should be.
These kids are just freaked out that someone's filming them randomly.
I'm autism. You ignored me. That was a mistake.
That was a mistake.
And to autism I say,
I am a father,
a mother, a grandparent,
brother,
a sister.
We will spend every waking hour trying to weaken you.
We don't need sleep because we will not rest until you do.
Family can be much stronger than autism ever anticipated, and we will not be intimidated by you, nor will the love and strength of my community.
I am a parent riding towards you, and you can push me off this horse time and time again, but I
never hear, throughout this whole video, one thing, you never hear an autistic voice. You hear their evil autism straw man, who is basically the, he's basically a PSA for AIDS from the 80s. Like this,
and then you hear the neurotypical people being like, "We will silence you. We will show love and support."
We might be dying inside, and my God, if there's a way to legally get around this issue without anyone pointing fingers, we're gonna do it. But until then, we will look the other way and be passive-aggressive while our kid destroys the next table over when we're at the coffee house.
will get up, climb back on, and ride on with the message.
Autism, you forget who we are. You forget who you are dealing with.
They make it all about them. That's it. Like, it's so selfish. This was funded by a bunch of wine moms who's tired of their kids screaming every time they want to go and meet up for like a Starbucks or something.
Get the spirit of mothers and daughters and fathers and sons.
We are
the United Kingdom.
We are Argentina.
We are Russia.
The European Union.
We are the United Nations.
We are the European Union. Okay. The great
we are
country
coming together in all
Union.
climates.
We call on all faiths. We search with technology
And voodoo.
prayer and
Herbs, genetic studies,
And a growing
Herbs.
Genetic studies.
Phrenology. Genetic genome mapping. Forced
eugenics.
One day we'll be proudly able to say our artistic child will be useful, and they're just like lashed to a cart, being whipped. You know, like, finally they have a place in society. Thank you, Autism Speaks.
awareness, you know.
The Nazis did make a video of this, like out in the 30s, where they were trying to justify euthanizing people in like sanitariums, and it would show like people eating grass and like banging their head over and over again. Would it not be better for the species if we put these poor souls out of their misery? You know, like,
Which is why, you know, the Asperger's diagnosis came about.
Yep. And, you know, guess what? It was there before the diagnosis. It'll be there after it's called something else, like 10,000 years from now, unless we've figured out how to map genomes. And then there'll still be a little bit of eugenics, but that'll be a conversation for future people, because right now, we're not going away. And nor should we. Nor should we, because we are fucking awesome. You have any the Games Workshop would collapse overnight without us, okay? The train industry would fall apart.
Oh my god, my kid's obsessed with trains.
It's not neurodivergence and trains go long back. When I was like 4 or 5, every summer we'd go to the train museum where we saw Ireland's largest train model in it, which is a recreation of Dublin, the Dublin and County Wexford's train network, completely constantly moving to scale. Huge, just massive table. It was so cool looking, and I would go and I'd look at it every single summer, until one day I looked at my man. She looked so tired of going there. I actually felt bad for her, so I'm like, no, we can go do something else. She was just fucking sick of the damn things. She liked it because it was attached to a castle with really nice gardens. So we go out. That was what she'd like to do. So instead, we just went to the gardens instead.
So my small human, him and his love of trains started with the Stephen Fry narrated Thomas.
Ooh, good choice. Mine, of course, was Ringo Starr's.
He does love Ringo. There's actually a place that's about an hour and a half away from me that I've taken him to where you can ride inside of Thomas. He loves Thomas. We have a Thomas pillow pet. We have all of the toys. We have seen all of the movies, all of the shows. I am so sick of Thomas. But you know what I won't do? I will not tell my child that I am sick of Thomas. I will sing the theme song every time it comes on because... Yep, because it's important to him.
Oh,
so it's important to me.
There's a... we're not gonna watch it because it's fucking piss off, you fucking neo-Nazi pieces of shit. I hope many of you are found to be Russian supporters and are currently in jail. Thomas and Friends, right? I don't know if you know this guy. I just want to show him off to you once I find the chat. Thomas, review. Where is he? Oh, come on! It would be on my... Here it is. Tom Ska and Friends.
Yeah, I know Tom Ska.
Did you see this video?
Oh, I Small Human actually has watched that episode. We also read the book.
Darker than you think.
Well, he fucked up. He got locked behind a brick wall because, like, you don't do that.
And he was left there, yeah. Like, he did ask, like, a lot of really good questions in that episode. Stuff like, do they have souls? If they have souls, where do they go? And, like, sometimes they explain it with some of the movies and shit like that. But then, like, other times they don't. And, like, why do certain things have faces and others don't have faces? And it just raises several thousand questions. And then they did that spin-off with the tugboats.
Oh my god, yes, I remember the tugboats.
That was a good chunk of my childhood. Like, I absolutely loved that growing up.
Oh man,
it really like some stereotypes are true. Like, you're on the spectrum. Oh well, choo brother.
No, so there's this channel on Pluto TV here in the U.S. It's called oh my god, what's it called? Slow Ride. It's called Slow Ride 4K, and what it is a view from a train that just goes all throughout the countryside and like England, Ireland, like all over Europe. You just have all of these images of trains driving by, and then you can see the viewpoint from the train of going through everything. That shit was left on my TV for like 4 months straight because my small human could not get enough of it. It was just easier to leave it on, leave it running, and us go throughout our day. And whenever he needed to stop and relax, he could just sit down and watch that for a little bit and then get up and go about his business.
When I was a little older, it was documentaries. Like back when History Channel was the real History Channel before it turned into wherever the fuck it is now. Even before all the neo-Nazi
aliens.
stuff. Aliens, Pawn Stars, Ice Road Truckers.
Oh, do you remember? Okay, so I assume that you may have also come from the 4chan era.
I actually, well, I predate it, but yeah, I know what you mean. I might recognize the reference. Let's hear it out.
I was one of the people that called the Pawn Stars number to ask for Battletoads.
Oh, damn. And?
I got yelled at.
By anyone in particular? Did you recognize the voice?
It was one of the poor ladies working the phone, just like tired of it. She was so pissed off because like, well, they just posted the number and I was bored and I was like, I'm gonna call it. I have a Battletoads binder full of Pokemon cards. I was like, I want Battletoads. Let's go.
Fuck yeah. When I watched all those documentaries, like everyone else my age, that's actually where I had the major split with my generation, because like I didn't really have, like, I'd go to school and they'll all be talking about wrestling, but I stopped watching wrestling years prior, and they were still watching wrestling, or they were talking about football, soccer, superior actual football, not American rugby.
Hand egg.
Yeah. But they go. I didn't care because I really enjoyed all this stuff. But what ruined me from trains were planes, because I was an airport kid. So I grew up in the shadow of Dublin Airport. All my family worked in Dublin Airport, so we got tons of discounts back in the day. And sure enough, like, I would just be enamored by not train schedules, which I thought were cool, but almost like quaint. Because as soon as I found out the internet was a thing, I could find out at any given time when planes were leaving and entering airspace. So I swear to Christ, we had this old radio, like a handheld radio that like me dad back in the day would like work listening to, and I would take it out. And we're so close to the airport that you could actually do this. I'd take it outside, wait until the plane would fly by, start fiddling around with it, and I could literally pick up them going, we'll be landing soon. Make sure to stow your, make sure your baggage is stowed in overhead compartment. You know, like, and I don't know why. It's like I cracked the Da Vinci Code. Like, I could see I was like a fucking god in this thing, and more than actually going places, that's what gave me the travel bug. That still hasn't gone away today. Like, once the only thing that puts me off these days is overpricedness in airports and customs. Which after 9/11.
Now, see, that's actually interesting that like you were able to do that, because over here in the U.S., if you try to do that, you can get fined by the FCC.
Well, A, pre-9/11, B, yeah, different country, and C, no one would ever believe me, because you have to fiddle around with it on some pretty vague ones. And I bet these days you couldn't do it. I bet they're on like their own like closed network that doesn't like act as a radio. It's like a phone network, whatever. But it was just insane that I could pull that shit up.
It's not how that is.
Oh, well, fair enough. But like I never got in trouble. No one ever complained about it. And one day I just couldn't do it anymore, and it kind of made me very sad. But I could still always go online and see when the flights were. Hell, my first ever Mac had a little thing down the corner that said when flights were leaving and exiting at whatever airport you put in.
No, that was actually like one of the things that kind of blew my mind when I was over in Germany at my Oma's house. Because she's in Böblingen, and we were getting ready to like head to the airport to get on our flight back, or at least wait around for, an hour and a half, 2 hours before the flight. And we were able to see all of the incoming and outgoing flights because all she had to do was switch to a channel on her TV.
Yeah. It's
And
almost like the Weather Network.
that's not something that we have here. So it blew my mind that she could just switch to a channel and be able to see all of the things happening at the international airport. Like, what? I wish we had that. I would watch the flights all the time because that shit's fascinating.
90s
oh my god.
and early
Mytism.
90s and early 2000s, right? When we would be flying out, we'd use teletext for starters to see when the flights were, which already made me feel like a spaceman. But then, a week prior, we turned to Euronews. Now, if you've been to Germany, you've probably watched Euronews. And
Yes.
Euronews has the same format it's had for years, although they've spiced it up here and there. But one thing that they've kept is this global weather report. And it's this globe that slowly like pans over different regions, and it shows you the weather and does it. But of course, we couldn't fast forward or rewind back in those days, so you had to wait until it showed up in between. And it was a part of the routine in preparation for a flight. We needed to see what the weather was in Tenerife. We needed to see what the weather was in Cyprus. And we could like compare it, and pretty soon we'd be like, well, 20 something's okay, but imagine if you were like in Johannesburg right now in the 40s, like, oh shit, like I don't know, it was like this interesting mundanity that you almost take for granted now. We can do this right now, like fuck it, we live flight tracker. When the war in Ukraine broke out, it was insane watching all the planes first of all avoid Ukrainian airspace and then leave Russia once the conscription started. There was like thousands of airplanes that were just constantly. Or you know what? Another thing that we take for granted, EarthCam. Like EarthCam's fascinating, but how often do we actually go to EarthCam? Wave at you. Yeah, here it is. Like just at any given time.
My god. I'm gonna use this so much. Oh my
god. Let's see where this one's off to. Oh, this one's landed in Dublin. This one's also landed. Let's see one heading off towards. Oh, that's left Tel Aviv, and it's heading towards JFK. Oh, I think this one's gonna be landing in Dublin. Yeah, this one's coming in from Barcelona.
Oh.
So it's yeah, they avoided the UK and they yeah. Let's have a look over at the war zone. See what's going on over there. Ooh. Ooh, nothing. Moldava is the closest one. And that's coming in from by the looks of it. Yeah, and I imagine America's got to be an absolute nightmare.
Yep, there we go.
Good old US of A. And no one's shocked as a result that people who are in the tower controls are very prone to suicide and substance abuse, because the pressure that they're under can often just fucking break them.
So I had a layover in Washington D.C., right? And I was sitting there waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting, and like we were held back by like 4 or 5 hours. I ended up spending 8 hours in that airport because the president flew out and they couldn't tell us that the president had flown out, but they had to clear the entire airspace so that he could fly out. So all of the flights got delayed. It was just like, you can't let us know so that we can make arrangements?
See what's going on here with this one. it has to go really high because the cold current increase is better for the fuel. It results in some of the worst fucking turbulence. I cannot stand it. Like whenever you have to go past like into like the Hudson Bay, especially in like the winter time, it's terrifying. Especially at night, because you know that if you were to fall into the ocean, that's it. They're not going to find you before you freeze to death, even if the plane doesn't smash into 1,000 pieces. To me, actually, I don't know why, but oh, there's a helicopter. One thing that I always was terrified about. I don't know why this is, especially if I was like stoned. I'd imagine this would happen. That the building I'm in right now would just teleport straight into the bottom of the ocean. Just, and then like you'd only have a few seconds of pitch darkness of hearing the water coming in, filling up, and then either the pressure kills you, or you drowned or freeze to death. Well, you'll probably drown, freeze to death. I don't know why. It's almost like something Lovecraftian, you know? Just whoop, into it. You're like, it's fucking night.
It's one of those things where, like, when you tell me about a situation like that, like, oh, hey, if your building just magically teleported there, my mind immediately goes to, okay, wait until the water is fully in the room and then open the door and go.
I was gonna
But
say,
I also watched like a whole bunch of like true crime stuff. And one of the biggest things they teach you is if your car ever goes underwater, you wait. Don't freak out. You wait until the water fills the car, and either you smash out the window or you open the door.
Well,
But you have to wait for the water to fill it.
In my case, like the building would just like I'm in an apartment block, it would just sink straight down into the ocean, and like I said, freezing cold, pitch darkness.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so it's not like I'm right by a window.
Like the Titanic, but worse.
Yeah. Oh, that's another thing I was obsessed over. Was the Titanic. I don't know why. It was just a ship that wasn't very well built. In all fairness, but it was just so attractive to me. Even the paint scheme, and I think one reason was that I seen so many like documentaries of it sinking. To this day, I find the like the view of a ship sinking very fascinating to me. Remove every single person on board, and then just maybe pinprick it at some point and watches it slowly goes under. I had these huge historical books on the sinking of the Titanic and the Lusitania, and they were equipped with like this art, like showing the levels of how how the ship sunk, and there was something like I would get those framed and put them on my wall. I don't know why, but there's just something hauntingly beautiful about like a steamliner at like the height of like the golden age of steam travel, just going under. Woo. But not straight away, not ripped in two like say a warship would, but just slowly.
And here in the US, we take the image of the Titanic sinking and we make it into an inflatable slide and put a Burger King logo on it.
Well, yeah, I mean those people died for capitalism. Well, the ones in the Lusitania might have actually died for capitalism, if you believe the Germans' justification for it.
True.
That happened just off the coast of Ireland. But then I was so terrified as a kid because they showed when what's his name? Ballard? No, I think his name was Ballard, the guy who discovered the Titanic, rediscovered it. They showed like pictures of it, and of course it was all covered in like decades of plant matter and like rust, and it looked that put more fear of God in me than anything like Lovecraft ever said, any of like horror film, because it's very hard to scare me with a horror film. It's very hard to scare me with like a horror game. It happens. System Shock, Dead Space, they both really made me put on edge. But I was so scared of those parts of it. When I'd look over the book, I knew what parts of the book to avoid. Like I actually put little dog ears on those pages that had the actual images of the Titanic as it is now. Well, now in the night. It's probably even completely gone at this point. Just a vague outline on the seabed. It's just like I don't know why. It's just something about it was just like it was gonna come for me or something.
The Titanic is still intact. There are videos of people like going down and exploring it as it is, and it's oof. I can't like there. It's
yeah. Even now. Hold on. Oh, Shabuski. Didn't see you there.
my biscuit.
Shaboop. The Shaboop is on
He called
fire.
me a good mom.
No. Well, Shabby's a stoner, so you don't listen to him.
So I'm not a good mom?
Yes. About the first part is admitting that you have a problem. Your problem is you're not a good. I can't even finish that sentence. You're a great mom. Can't even do it as a joke.
I think the whole like being a good mom to an autistic kid is the fact that I'm autistic myself.
Yeah,
and like,
but something tells me even if you were like the most neuro like typical person in the world, you'd probably still be a great mom to them. So.
I don't know. Kid's kind of fucking weird.
Makes you. I don't know about you, but that would just. Then, well, hold on. That would make me love the kid even more. But then now thinking of it, but I'm fucked up in the skull too. So yeah, and maybe we're a bit biased, you know.
Yeah, you know, he like I make sure that I have a stockpile of his safe foods because that's important. He does try a whole bunch of new things all the time. We have a set list of shows that are also some of my favorite shows that he finds comfort in. Like right now, he fell asleep to Bob's Burgers.
Nice.
He does love Rick and Morty, South Park, Archer. Archer is one of his favorites. He fucking loves Archer.
Never could get into Archer as much as I thought I would when I first saw it. I think it needs to be more serious, believe it or not. I don't know, maybe the art style. Yeah, like a lot of those shows sound like perfect for me. By the way, what was his at his pickiest? What was the only foods that he'd eat?
I think at his pickiest, he was actually a baby because he. Okay, this is something that I don't really talk about too much, but he was scared of spoons.
Oh yeah.
For the longest time, he was afraid of spoons. If you showed him a spoon, he would start sobbing. So he had to be bottle fed with rice cereal added in. And that's kind of when I figured out, okay, there's something up, just not quite sure what. And when he was about 2, he started being okay with spoons. Like he would eat stuff with his hands, but you couldn't give him a spoon. Now he loves spoons, but only small spoons. You can't give him a big spoon. And I'm just like, yeah, you're my kid.
This was mine. The sandworms. When you're on the beach.
My God.
Yep, I was terrified of them, and I wouldn't go to the beach, and I wouldn't. And not the sandworms themselves, but the piles of sandworm like excess sand when they're burrowing. They make those, and I just found it the most horrific thing in the world for some reason. And my mom was like, "Okay, that's fucking weird. But why?"
Okay. Want to know what mine is?
Yeah. We're sharing today, chat. We're sharing.
Mine is Band-Aids.
You're not alone. I've met people, including people who aren't on the spectrum, who are just freaked out by band-aids.
Oh, okay. So, like, it's Band-Aids and the adhesive on them. And, like, I have this irrational fear of the adhesive just, like, ripping my skin off. And I'm just like, no.
My best friend over here in Ireland is a woman called Claire. I've had her on the show tons of times. She'll be on again in the near future. And she also swims in the chat. Hi, in case you watch this later on, Claire. She told me that stickers are hers. She can't stand stickers.
Yep. Fucking hate stickers. Stickers, Band-Aids, certain types of tape. I can do, like, regular Scotch tape, but I can't do duct tape. I can't do Gorilla Tape. I can't do stickers. I can't do Band-Aids. Like, it's the adhesive. I can't.
Nope. Oh, here's one that was learned, and I've got the same as Pimp Monk. Escalators.
Really?
Yeah, mine came from two things. One, I was the most clumsiest motherfucker as a child. I couldn't ride a bike until the age of 7. But one thing I was terrified of was the stories my ma told me of kids at the airport when they'd go up the escalators and they'd have no shoes on, and the sharp edges would like destroy, like take their feet off. They just like take their feet off, which doesn't happen. Doesn't happen in real life. When my ma wanted to make sure I was a good boy and kept my shoes on, because every time we travel, she'd always buy me a new wardrobe because I was a spoiled little shit. Anyway,
are you also one of us that prefers to be without shoes all the time?
Sometimes no. I just bought myself a nice pair of boots, and I need them. I hope they're multi-pair boots. I'm going on a hike in a few weeks. But the live streaming it too. But the like I was terrified of that, but that was learned. But although saying that right now, I am completely barefoot. It's lovely. It is. It's more so to do with the humidity, though. I for years would always take the stairs, would always take the elevator, and whenever I was on an escalator, like it would always just be the most powering experience. I'd be white knuckle clinged onto the side of the thing. Although I loved the flat ones that just speed up your walk. Some airports have that, and oh my god, those are fun. I'm like, wee.
The mall that I went to in Germany, their escalators to get to the next floor were actually the flat ones, like they have in the airport, just at an angle.
Oh yeah, I know wonderful. Those. Well, there's a few in Dublin like them. Ooh, sorry.
Oh, you're fine. I've yawned a couple times, but like I'm on drink number 4.
Oh well, I need to play. Actually, I don't need to play catch up. I'm doing the exact same. I guess I'm not getting plastered chives tonight. I guess I'm getting nice and toasty, which is fine too.
And this has been a lovely time with like a good flow of conversation, really.
Honestly, when you think about it, it makes perfect sense. We're both 90s kids and we're both Aspies. So we're
yeah
we're kind of built for it. Plus we have many of the similar tastes, and we swim in similar social circles. So yeah, it makes sense. One thing something like this should show people, though, tangents are our biggest enemy. Like we will just. My idea of a great conversation is just this rabbit hole of just gibberish for like 5 hours, and I come out the other end of it.
I mean,
panting and needing a cigarette and asking, "Was it good for you too?"
We're a good 3 hours into this. This is going great.
Yeah, I'm not going anywhere. But now I think it's a good time to actually, in that case, to start talking about your passion. Yeah. So when did the local networks all start becoming like absorbed by the big TV networks blocks? When did local TV start becoming like a thing of the past?
Okay, so when it comes to the US, local TV has always been a thing. Local TV still is not a thing of the past, actually.
But now it's slapped on with like CNN and Fox and.
So CNN and Fox and stuff are only available on cable. Local networks are still a thing. You have NBC, CBS, Fox, which is not associated with Disney. It's just Fox.
I remember the merger deals.
It's
Yeah.
also not associated with Fox News. It's just Fox. You also have little tiny local places. Like in my area, you have My TV. There's something called the CW, and the CW is actually a combination of CBS and Warner Media. That's what the CW stands for. The way that it works is that you have your local stuff that plays. You have your PBS station, ETV, whatever they call it in your area, which has like your public access stuff, which has always been around. It's never changed. And then each of those has a national feed, which is different. The national feed shows whatever is in syndication. It shows the national news, it shows a national sports feed, but where you are, like they show regional stuff. It's always been a thing.
So it's different then from like, is it different the same from like what the BBC does in the UK, where it'll have like from the studios in London, and then they'll say, and now the news from your local area, and it'll have like BBC Wales, BBC Scotland, BBC Northeast, BBC Belfast or Ulster rather. Will it have? Will there be like a major Fox thing, and then it'll go to, and now here's like the local news. Here's the traffic. Here's some famous person who lived in the area died. Here's a cat up a tree. Like, how does it work?
So how it works here is they'll show things like they'll show talk shows in the morning, like The View.
Yeah.
And then after The View is done, you'll have your local network news at noon, or your local network news at 10, your local network news at 6. Throughout the day, you may have local network shows like cooking shows. And then you can have regional feeds of sports stuff or particular court coverage. Like we do a lot of court coverage here, especially with the Alex Murdaugh stuff in my area. That was a big court case. So they'll do stuff like that. You have a good mix of national and local.
But
they never show national news on your local feed.
Okay. So then what about like, is there any like guerrilla channels left? Is there any like sort of really obscure, like can only get a few miles around the station level of strength? Or are they all like just gone now? And when in that case, when did they go? Did they go in the 80s? Did they go sooner? We're talking about
no, that would be your local PBS station. It's your public broadcast station. Anyone can have a show on it. It's locally funded. The only thing that's really nationally funded is like PBS Kids.
Oh, okay.
Which has like Arthur Franklin, Cyber Chase, Zaboomafoo, like kids shows. Because here in the US, there is a law stating that between the hours of 6 a.m. and 7 p.m. Monday through Friday, and then 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. roughly Saturday and Sunday, you can only show shows that fit a certain criteria.
All right.
Unless you're cable.
When would it be fair to say that like the bigger networks have kind of like devoured the smaller like regional ones, or was it always just like a free for all, and now it's kind of like now it's like nothing's really changed? Like, was there a shake up in any particular way, other than of course how to watch it? Because obviously you had like the back in like the 50s and 60s, and so you had like the set time from when the networks turned on to when they turned off. They'd end with like the national anthem, and then it would just go static, or later on I suppose you'd have the infomercials. But what and over here, for the record, a lot of networks still don't have enough for 24 hours, so they will either license out their time to God knows what, anything that won't like offend people really, and it's usually ads, or it's sometimes reruns. Sometimes they like RTE. There's frankly not enough news on the island to reach RTE, or at least maybe the news that they want to talk about, because RTE is a government institution. And what they do is, for the news in the wee hours, I'd say around about 12 or so, they might rerun a panel talk show, which, unlike say Mock the Week or Have I Got News for You, it's not comedy, it's like a genuine like political panel discussion, but it's all
it's not like a, oh my god, what is the name of that show? Never mind the Buzzcocks.
Yeah, it's not like that. Those exist, but those were originally made as parodies of them, because like the panel shows nowadays seem to be, in America, they seem to be for the most part just all people agreeing with each other. Back in the day, they would really be like the discussions, debates, and they still can be, but like
panel shows in the US, like they have tried to do comedy panel shows here, and they all fall flat because
Whose Line Is It Anyway? That was a decent one that America did.
Okay, but Whose Line Is It Anyway was also a remake of the UK version.
So was the Office, and I prefer the American Office, frankly.
So I used to hold the worldwide record for the Office trivia on Quiz Up for 2 years straight.
Whoa.
Back here, I have Dwight as Kerrigan, Kelly and her oh my god.
Well, hand it back in.
I have Meredith in her outfit. I have Oscar. I have a blonde Ryan. I have the Office Little People figures. I have the downsizing game Office Uno, World's Best Boss mug. I love The Office.
The only time I ever watched The Office in the States, it was the one where he had to like have a speech at like a conference, and he started to like mimic Mussolini. And then he was up on stage doing the whole hand thing. That was the only one I ever watched in the States. I didn't really watch it nearly as much as I watched Parks and Rec. I preferred Parks and Rec.
I'm wearing my Cones of Dunshire shirt.
Nice.
You found the right person to talk to.
You know, Missy Ann and I, we would have had a great time tonight. But like something tells me this was meant to be.
So one of the things I love to do is jigsaw puzzles, right? And I do them on stream all the time. I have 6 different The Office puzzles. I have a full Parks and Rec puzzle. I do have the entire series of The Office with all of the deleted and extended scenes cut into it that I have seen.
Mm-hmm. Just keep going.
That might be the tism.
It might be a taste of a tism. Like my thing is kind of like lore and history and all that. And that's where like you want to talk about Warhammer, Elder Scrolls, like fucking Mass Effect. Yeah, I'm your boy. But like your one seemed almost more useful overall. You know, like your interest in like copyright laws and shit, that's practical. Mine is more like, hey, when you get shit faced, I can tell you the history of like how the sermons of Vivek were written in real life, like how they actually came to be. There was LSD involved. But like other people can turn around and go, oh, there's a guy who has it up there at my pub, is the son of the owner, and his one, it's cars. So what did he do? He became a designer for machinery, and that's what he does for a living now. He makes out like blueprints for drills and cranes and shit like that. It's I wish I had one as bloody useful.
I mean, it's just one of those things. Like, so where you're at, and in every other country, Disney Plus has something called Star Plus, right? Which has all of the more adult-oriented shows. It has like the 20th Century Fox stuff on it. It has all of that. Over here in the US, we don't have that. We have Hulu. And the reason that we have Hulu is because Comcast, Fox, and everyone was like bought into it. And there is a Hulu Plus live TV option. So you can pretty much have cable through Hulu. And when Disney bought everything out, currently Comcast has 16% of the shares of Hulu. And in 2025, Disney will be able to buy out that 16%. All of the contracts for the Hulu Live TV will expire, and we can have Star Plus.
One thing, I did go off Netflix when it started to like regionalize its stuff. You know, like you've got the rights for this over here and but not over there.
And it's always been regionalized, actually. The reason it's been regionalized is because international copyright law is not the same as national copyright law. So, for example, over here in the US, Hulu has the rights to things like The Mighty Boosh. Hulu has the rights to Peep Show. But over in the UK and all of the surrounding area, Netflix can have rights to like pretty much all of the US shows. And in the US they won't.
Oh, right.
Like y'all can get that 70s show. Y'all can get The Office US. Y'all can get pretty much any Cartoon Network show, just not Disney because Disney Plus.
Yeah.
But over here in the US, if you want a Cartoon Network show, you're either going to have to go to Hulu because there's still a contract there, or you're going to have to go to HBO Max. Because it's up to the person that owns the show as a whole. Disney owns all of their shows. Other people do not.
Yeah, so they'll be able to dictate what their shows are, but not what. All right, so on the same vein, this is something I noticed when I was working over in the States, and also of all things, the two DVDs for the Wayne's World, the Wayne's World movies, right? The main menu for the DVDs was like the old TV layout where you'd use like the arrows on the control on the remote to like select the different icons. Was that kind of like what Sky TV turned into, or was that like something unique? Like Sky TV, they did Sky Digital.
Yeah,
Over
I know about
yeah
Sky Digital.
yeah like whatever it was, like I found it fascinating because sometimes you had ads for like local businesses go up or on top of the screen. Other times you'd have like state issued information like there's going to be a roadblock here. This is what the weather report is. Like I found that really fascinating because I'd never seen that before. Like Sky was interesting in a different way because you had to go into like this giant interactive menu with its own soundtrack, and you'd like you'd set reminders and shit like this. For this, it just pulled up like this bar with this with like a timestamp for every single thing that would be on the TV. What was that? Like, is that still on TV today? Because I can't remember the last time I was watching American TV
So,
proper.
you were probably using a TiVo.
It would have been in 2000 and I'm gonna say 7.
Yep, it was a TiVo.
Okay.
So either it was a TiVo or it was a cable box. Because with TiVo, you can rewind, you can fast forward, you can pause all of your live TV.
We couldn't do that. Yeah, we couldn't do that, but we could like look through it. So it was probably cable box.
Cable box then, yeah. So with cable boxes, what happens is you get access to more than just your local channels. You get all of the national channels like Cartoon Network, CNN, Fox News, Disney Channel. You get all of those. And with a cable box, you can go through and you can see like the full list of stuff that's going to air. You can go in and find like the on demand like stuff that's already aired and rewatch it.
That's what Sky Digital did, by the way. Like so I guess you guys beat them to it in that regard.
Oh yeah, because the very first thing that did that was okay, so satellite TV. Satellite TV gave you those options. Satellite TV, because of the way that it was set up, when it first came out, if you like rigged your satellite, you could also watch the unedited like versions of things. Like you could watch the unedited sports content, you could watch the unedited local feeds, you could actually tap into like conference calls for companies.
Wow, okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah, so when people, one of the biggest points of contention that I have with people that do content on Max Headroom is that they stop at a certain point. They stop at a particular Reddit post in which a person says, it was this person J and K that did it. And this is why I think that. They stop there.
Isn't that what Justin Wang did when he did his video on it?
Yes.
Yeah.
When in all actuality, if you know the history of satellite television, which I did a full thing on, in Chicago at the time, they had gotten C-band satellites. The company that made those C-band satellites that were really small, they were just really small dishes at the time, it went bankrupt. So all of the people that had leased their dishes got to keep them. And they were high-frequency dishes. You knew where the local channels were because they were published everywhere. All you had to do was be drunk, fiddle around with some stuff, and you could tap into it. Even the people that worked on the case, which I have the interviews of from the FCC people 30 years later, they did an entire thing on it. They said anyone could have done it.
Damn.
I have the audio of that interview. They were like, yeah, anyone could have done it. We worked with the people in Chicago from the DC office. We did all of the due diligence. We figured out where the garage was they filmed from. but they wouldn't work with us, so it could be anyone. It is not any particular person. Anyone could have done it.
Well, it did have to be some people, like a particular person in this case. But I know what you're saying. Like anyone in theory could be it because it was It was like really easy for a lot of people. So yeah, all right, that's interesting. Um, I I honestly like. I almost miss that sort of era of like TV, even though I was never around for it. The sort of more local, grounded shit. But at the same time, I don't really even watch like modern streaming stuff. Like I've made this clear before. Like I've got no problem of going to a certain bay and hanging out with pirates. You know, the companies
I
can
don't
take
know.
care.
I don't know what you mean. I don't have uTorrent.
No, I mean like it's not like I remember the Great Taste of Lime, even if occasionally it had some wire in it. Um, like although in all fairness, I do actually remember Frost. Fuck it,
Fuck Frost.
Frostwire was my bit was my cherry popped. I felt like a fucking hacker. I'm in, and then I waited 4 weeks to get something.
No, the biggest disappointment is when you wait 4 weeks to get something, and then it's just Bill Clinton saying, "I did not have sexual relations with that woman."
Oh no! I learned early on how to like scan the file information, and then I realized one day because I love listening to audiobooks when I play my strategy games because history nerd, and lore nerd, so I combined the two. And as I'm waiting for ages for this fucking book to be done, a grand total of a single gig. How can we survive? I realized, wait a minute, they're all in chapters. So I stop everything but chapter 1. I start playing chapter 1. I turn on chapter 2. It finishes downloading on chapter 2. And I'm like, oh wait, who's ever torrenting this doesn't like this, and they're kind of bumping me down the list. So if I set priority from 3 downwards, and that's how I learned. I learned by doing right then and there, like seeing reactions. You know, I was like the caveman slamming something together until I got a response. It was like, okay, that was an interesting response. What about this? And the thing is, I never really got viruses or hacked or anything. It's happened once as an adult. Like you do need to know what the fuck you're doing.
Yeah.
And if people are saying, wait, are you condoning it? I'm not condoning anything. This is all in Minecraft. This is all in Minecraft. Everything. Which you should also knock down, though, because then you can't play multiplayer.
I've never played Minecraft, actually.
You know, I've tried to play it a few times. It's a beautiful tool with a lot of potential, but I do not see the appeal. Oh, I do see... I get the appeal, but it never hooked me.
I'm weird. Okay, so I have like Fortnite downloaded on my computer, right? Never played it. It's just there.
I played it once. Meh.
I play bingo on my computer. I play PlayStation 1 games. I do line puzzles on my phone where you have to like connect one color to a particular color, and it's like a whole bunch of them. And I do jigsaw puzzles. Actually, that's a stack of puzzles right there, and there's more underneath it. And the little blue things are puzzle piece shaped puzzle piece sorters.
I'll be honest with you, when I'm on Tinder a lot, I see a lot of women say that they like jigsaw puzzles. Like it seems to be a very female focused thing. I never see a dude who's like, yeah, I really love oh, they exist, I'm sure, but just
I know another Aspie who actually has the exact same birthday as me. I call him my twin. He's actually gone on stream with me when I'm doing a puzzle, and he did his own puzzle. And we were talking about how the walls of Castlevania aren't OSHA compliant.
Are we which version of Castlevania?
Original.
Yeah, no, they're not. But then again, they predate OSHA, so while they need to be upgraded, they also the the castle teleports, so it could just leave American area, so then you don't have
Exactly.
to. Yeah, so it doesn't need to worry. Wait, hold on. It's set before OSHA was founded, so that's null and void as a result. Like, you need to go to one of those spin-offs that was like in the future. Then you can
But
make the
here's the
argument.
thing, though. When OSHA was a thing, any sort of business that was not OSHA compliant because they weren't like OSHA wasn't a thing then, they made them become OSHA compliant. So
Wait, hold on.
we
That's another
decided.
problem in it. It's not a business. It's a private residence. It's a fucking. It's his house.
We decided that all of the walls of Castlevania could be OSHA compliant if they all wore hard hats.
That's true, but it's already hard enough to hit things with your fucking chain as it is. So, also, what about those those spirit balls? The hard hats would just fall like right through.
We don't talk about those. They're just spirit balls. Like, they can do what they want. We also talked about whether or not you could cook a turkey in the walls of Castlevania, and the answer is yes.
Now that one I need to hear out.
Those are the things that we talk about whenever I stream puzzles. Like, we talk about shit like that. Like, can you cook a turkey in the walls of Castlevania?
Oh, speaking of, did you actually see the show? The animated show.
I did not.
It's A, aggressively horny, B, really good. It doesn't need to be as good as it is. And C, the castle is fucking amazing. You get to see
putting it on my list.
Like, they go through every aspect of the castle and it's explained how it works, how it teleports, what this room does, what that room does. And then it goes back to a lot of sexual metaphors and then a lot of violence. So, hell yeah.
That's alright. Oh, I don't know if you saw these. But, I have little tiny Dungeons and Dragons figures.
I can't tell from the angle. What are they?
Oh, it's Dungeon Master Bobby and Presto from the animated series.
Oh, cool. I still haven't seen it yet.
You should. It's really good. I have a whole bunch of, like, random nerdy shit back here.
I used to have way more nerd stuff. Then I got into flags for a bit. That's where I got my NCR flag and shit. But now I'm just gonna get a green screen. It's gonna make life easier.
So I have this flag beside me that my bestie made me for my birthday last year. Because I say, could you don't to my kid all the time. So it says, could you don't with the sand viper on it. Because it's derpy.
That's cool.
I have a flag back there that is Thomas Jefferson that says, shoot fast, eat ass. I have a Benjamin Franklin flag that says, tax this dick. I have a Kim Jong-un flag that says, live, laugh, love.
I was gonna say...
I have a Guy Fieri one that's Flavor Town and Flaming Letters, and he's going like this.
Alright, I like that one. I like them all so far, but I was about to say that, like, if you have one more American president, you are officially white and indeed trash. But then you went all communist on me, and then you went back to... But then you saved it with the ultimate American icon.
Look, Guy Fieri is the best. Anyone that disagrees is wrong.
Did you see his, like, the reviews of his restaurant in New York? People were, like, so angry to him. But then, like, you know, you had people going, like, just let the man cook. He's living his dream. He's not hurting anyone.
He doesn't even cook there. He goes out on the road and eats everywhere else.
Right.
And he runs a show called Guy's Grocery Games.
I used to actually really like a lot of the cooking shows. I kind of became like Randy from South Park for a little bit. The creme fraiche, dude.
That's one of my backgrounds for my computer. It's just like a collage of him cooking, and it says creme fraiche.
Nice. But like it is kind of like it was fascinating to watch the different shows because we were all like, there's always something going on. You of course had Gordon Ramsay losing his shit. You had Guy Fieri just living his best life. Then you got the guy like Man versus Food, and he got sadder as it went on to the point where like I
That's
felt
why he
bad for him.
quit.
Yep, but you could tell like he was sweating buckets, and his clothes weren't fitting right anymore. They were just he was not living his best life. That was for sure.
I've met Chef Ramsay.
What, Gordon?
Yeah,
I
I call him Chef, but so
fucking flex over here. Look at
oh
this.
no, okay, so I do have my culinary degree. I'm culinary arts, baking, pastry arts, food service management.
I noticed you didn't call Guy chef.
He's Guy.
All right, so let's hear the story anyway.
No, so the school that I went to, Chef Ramsay, he would show up every so often because not only would they be searching for people to put in resumes for work, but he would also do knife skills class.
Oh, nice.
And yeah,
closest
it was fun.
Closest I ever came to meeting him was being in his restaurant in Heathrow Airport with the giant screens looming down over everyone like we're in some sort of death cult, but they were all silent because they all had the audio turned off. So he was there preparing the meals that you can get for your breakfast, and it was just like this cult dedicated to Gordon Ramsay, and it was both terrifying, but I gotta admit those pancakes were fluffy as fuck. I couldn't complain.
Oh, the knife skills lesson was just so much fun because he was so sweet. He really is. Like when he's in front of a group of students and he's trying to help you learn, it's amazing. But if you show up to something like Hell's Kitchen, nah.
Oh,
like,
no.
You should already have the skill. You should know what you should do. And especially this many seasons in, like if you're still cooking raw scallops, you're done.
Did you ever watch the documentary he did, his very first documentary in the 90s when he got his very first restaurant in London?
I did.
Yeah, that's on YouTube, by the way.
It's also on Tubi and Pluto here in the US.
Ah. It is surreal watching him because you can tell that's still Gordon, but A, he's a lot younger, and B, he's also going, this is kind of an interesting thing. Maybe I'll do a little bit more TV down the line. Will you now?
Oh, really? Huh.
Yeah, no, you can actually see him kind of like putting the pieces together. By the way, did you ever watch Chef's Table?
I did. I love Chef's Table.
What was the name of the guy with the poncho? He lived out in an island in Argentina. He worked a lot with ash. He like had an ash fish.
I know
and
who you're talking about. I'm drunk and I'm trying to remember.
Well, American Dad did a parody of him with Roger, and it was glorious because that they just wanted to show this guy off after watching Chef's Table. I really liked the earlier episode. I watched it, I think, until like season, I think 3, and then I don't know, I kind of phased out. When I went to France, that's when I kind of lost it. Big shock there. Oh, they're gonna be all French for a season, are they? Yeah, no, I'm done.
Are you xenophobic against the French?
I'll have you know, I am mostly made up out of British DNA, so yes, I fucking am. Sacre bleu. It is a running gag on the show that we often make fun of the French. We never want any bad really to happen. It's all just fun and games. But saying that, oh no, I am running around. I hate Paris. I hate Paris. I hate Paris. I hate Paris. It is my hellscape. If I was isekai'd, imagine if I was isekai'd by a truck and then I wake up and I'm a Frenchman in Paris. But I'm like the most stereotypical one. I'm in like a striped shirt. I've got a little tiny mustache. I've got like a beret. I've got like garlic around my lips.
My god. No. So if reincarnation is real, you're going to come back as a Frenchman.
I'm okay with that if it's not Parisian. That's it. Like, because I've been to the south of France and it was absolutely fucking stunning. It was lovely. And I've talked to people from like Normandy and Calais and stuff like that. They're nice. They're nice people. Paris is a fucking death. That's where happiness goes to die. That's why everyone is so sad, so grumpy all the time, and they are grumpy.
Je parle français un petit peu.
Oh no, no. We speak the king's English here. I don't. I did study a little. My mom would be able to speak to you in French. But they lived in the south of France when she was having me. But she went over to the UK when it was time for reasons that I don't need to get into. But I would have been born Dexter had I born in France. Thought it was a good name, a good name for someone living in France. Now looking back at it, if I'd have been born in La Beauce, which is near Toulon, it would have been a very idyllic childhood. But I'm wondering just how happier would I have been there compared to growing up over in the UK and then here. I don't know. Like it's the road. It's like the road not travel. But when I went to Paris, like I saw mountains of trash. Everything stunk. Everything's falling apart. Everything's overpriced. Everyone was trying to knife me, have sex with me, or sell me drugs. It was like the worst elements of New York, but like also then they were really arrogant about it. I've never seen a fucking homeless person stick their nose up at me. Like, what the why? Why? Because you take a shit in the alleyway that like Napoleon walked down a few hundred years ago? Like, what the fuck? Go to hell.
No,
this
like
town is horrible.
one of my favorite accounts on TikTok is a guy named Josh from England. And him and one of his friends, they came over here to the US and they decided to travel from Florida across Texas and just like all the way to California. And they're still on their trip.
Nice.
But one of the things that they have talked about is because all of the suggestions they get for things to do comes from people in the US. And they're like, okay, why don't they talk about this where we're from? Because some of these experiences, the landscapes, the everything, it's just amazing. But all we hear about is y'all shitty politics. It's like, well, if you look past the politicians and you look at the people, it's actually okay. We're all fighting the same enemy, which is the politicians.
I've been siding with America since roughly about like a year or two after the towers fell, which in Europe made me very unpopular. Luckily they could pass me off as a dumb kid. But when I'd go to like America and come back, when I'd go to like Ohio or like Omaha, Des Moines, whatever, like I'd come back and I'd be like, you know what? 3 things. Number 1, the land is beautiful. The land is just like you have every biome except for like mangrove jungles, and you do if you include like Puerto Rico or Guam.
Puerto Rico is a part of the U.S. They just haven't made it a state because of their own like political stuff, and
it would be another blue state because there's no way in hell an island full of Hispanic speaking people are going to vote red.
Actually, that's not true. So there's actually a really big issue here in the U.S. where the red states, they sort of trick these Spanish-speaking people into voting against their own people.
Well, there is. I will say this: a lot of them that are like immigrating from like Mexico or Central America, they are prime real estate for conservatism because they're all about family and religion.
And Catholicism, like all of the big keys.
So it should be ideal, but because they're brown and don't speak English, the conservatives over in America will not give them the time of day.
No, they'll trick them into voting for conservatism.
And then pass laws that will hurt them.
Fuck them over, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. But that's fine. Like but the Republicans know that won't last forever and it can't really work in Puerto Rico because they're already a part of whether the rest of America likes it or not. They're already a part of the system. Like they know the tricks of Washington. Hell, isn't it true that like their vote only counts for like 1/3 of people in the rest of the country? Isn't their vote like counted less overall?
I didn't even know that they included the count for Puerto Rico because every time I look at a map for the counts for elections, it does not include Puerto Rico.
Damn.
It does not include U.S. territories. It only includes official states.
But it does.
So their count means nothing.
But they do vote. So what would be the point of that? Just a sort of general feedback, like, oh, if they ever do become a state, they'll probably swing this way.
Probably to trick them into thinking that they matter, even though they don't, and the U.S. rules them over bullshit reasons. Like it's a really bad situation. Like it shouldn't be the way it is.
What about Americans living overseas that are still American citizens? Do they normally have an overall feel of where they vote, left or right?
So usually Americans that are living overseas, the vast majority of them are military. And they don't, because they're not here in the US, they don't get to vote.
I thought you guys, what about like on bases like Ramstein and places like that? Do they not like set up voting booths and shit?
No.
Oh, that's weird. Because we were speaking of France earlier, up until Brexit, one of the major stopping points for any French presidential candidate or the incumbent was London, because there were so many Parisians living in London and because they were part of the EU at the time, I don't know about now, that they were a vital voting bloc and they'd be crazy to miss it. So they would go over and they would just be on tour, and about maybe like 500,000 French people would flock to London to hear them, and then they'd go to areas that the British government allowed to cast a vote, and it would all be completely by the book, and they would be counted in as, because of course they don't have the electoral college in France. That's
right,
because they don't live in the fucking 17th century. 17th century. It's more or less a popular vote, but obviously now with Brexit, that's probably up in the air. Like, I honestly wish you guys did include them. I don't know about Guam. It seems really far away. Like, I know that there's arguments.
Guam is still under U.S. rule, and
granted its own independence, if anything.
Yeah, and I mean when it comes to U.S. military members that are out of the country, like in a way, it does make sense that they don't vote on who will be president, because you don't know how long you're going to be where you are, because you can be in another country and you can extend your contract in that country and stay there. The person I've been talking to him for a year and a half now. He was in Kuwait, and he was able to extend his contract while he was in Kuwait.
Okay.
You can stay where you are. You don't necessarily have to go. So, like, because those countries, you're doing U.S. stuff, but in their country, you still have to abide by their laws when you're off base.
Oh, I forgot. We're talking about elections and different types of rules.
Yeah.
Local elections in the UK happened yesterday. So yeah, let's bring it up and see who's done what, and of course also to talk about Charles, because who needs democracy when you have a hereditary monarchy?
Who needs democracy when you have a slug?
Yeah. He looks like you've shaved a very sad teddy bear that was left in the wash for like a year. Let's see, seats. So Labour took a good chunk, but I don't think that makes them the majority. I think they need a little bit more than that. This, of course, is for the this isn't for like the Prime Minister. This is like the local elections. But it's if the Conservatives lose enough of the majority, then they will declare a vote with no confidence towards their leader and bump them out. So yeah, everyone but Wood has been called for, and it looks like Labour, which I don't blame them. Like Conservatives have just been constantly letting them down the people since Brexit. Because they caused it. They caused fucking Brexit because David Cameron thought that people like Nigel Farage wouldn't get any feedback. Like this is the exact same logic that what happened with Trump. With like, oh, Trump's a fucking madman. Nothing will come out of that. This is all just a bunch of idiots. If this is what Britain wants, then I'll stand down. You know, and what happened with Trump? He didn't get that he wanted, and he sent America into years of chaos. What happened with Brexit? Copy and paste. Like, it's just... here's the thing. When fascists take power, they still fucking fail. Never forget that. Idiots don't make good leaders. But yeah, the vote, like... I don't care right now about Charles. But there's no like overview. Okay. By the way, this is the same. These would be the same elections that Sargon and the Dankula they tried to get in back in the day, and like Sargon got 0 votes if I remember right, or like 15. In his local constituency. Yeah, but the thing is, you have to stand up in front of everyone. When the votes are counted, they don't have like little parties back at like campaign HQ. It's just like everyone goes to your like town hall and you stand up. This is where you've probably seen the loonies. You've probably heard about them. A very old and frankly pretty cool tradition going back to like the 1700s of just a crazy guy promoting one really good idea and a sea of just gibberish. Lord Bucketface was a loony, and he was a very successful one at that. And I suppose for you guys, it'd be Vermin Supreme.
I love Vermin Supreme.
I love him. He's so cool.
A pony for everyone.
Pony. I remember like Bucketface, didn't he say like try to counter by like giving a pony and space lasers for everyone?
He did, but like Vermin Supreme, he's reasonable.
Yeah, just a pony. Well, he is a boot wizard after all. Channels the boot, and he does it to force the corporations to pay fucking taxes. You know, he's very chill. I remember him getting interviewed by Vosh like 2 or 3 years ago, and he was very sort of laid back. He knows who he is. He doesn't put on airs and think that like he's grander than he is. Like a lot of other like just on the cusp of like acceptable politics, especially in America. Like Jesse Ventura is good at that too. Jesse, I'm not saying that Jesse doesn't occasionally go into the realm of fucking batshit lunacy, but then he turns around and goes like, yeah, well, you know, the corporations, they do need to be taken care of, and like, you know, these politicians are all corrupt, and I'm gonna have to deal with them. And they're not like based on like race or even on party lines. They're just like a collection of people. I'm like, oh, okay, well, he's not gonna succeed, but it's good that there are still people out there saying shit like that. But yeah. At the same time, I just, like, this is not going to result in anything because, like I said, they don't have the full majority by the looks of it.
Okay, so I'm gonna have to go soon because.
Oh, I was about to say I'm kind of. It's just gone 4 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, because I need to eat, then tomorrow's Saturday, so small human, I have him all day.
All right. Well, it has been
And
great.
I am significantly drunk.
Nice. I could say it's a shame we didn't watch more crazy shit, but I enjoyed the conversation. So
yeah, like it was very nice because it just flowed really well.
Well, you know, if you ever want to do this without alcohol involved, coffee and chat is the perfect stop for it.
Oh yeah.
Plus, we could probably go a bit longer because, well, we won't be like going. I'm actually doing that more because I'm just really tired. I'm full of burger and chips. Like I am pure bloated mode right now. I wish my bed is literally right here, but I wish to be still winched into it.
My bed is right there, and I'm just like, I should get a snack.
Yeah. Go and get yourself a snack. But before you do, one last shill for the people who weren't paying attention earlier.
So down there in the description is my link tree. You can find my YouTube, my Twitch. You can find the Unchained Maidens, where I am every other Saturday. At least it will be again this summer. I play PlayStation 1 games very badly. Very, very badly. And I put together jigsaw puzzles. And I do deep dives on a whole bunch of different topics that I find interesting because ADHD.
Yeah. You if you were paying attention today, you got a good hint of that. So, oh, by the way, what game are you playing on the PlayStation?
I've been switching through a bunch of them. I've been doing Crash Bandicoot.
Yes.
I was playing the Batman Beyond game for a bit, and it took me like 20. It took me 20 minutes to realize you could switch weapons. I thought I could only punch because they don't have a tutorial, and I was just like, "What the hell?" And then I played like the regular Batman game, and he's like, "Oh, I need to run to my vehicle." He walks. You can't make him run. You can press every button under the sun. That dude won't run. Why? Cuts into time, and I can't drive the Batmobile because I'm bad at it. So watch me badly play games.
It sounds like a good time for everyone except for you.
Yeah.
All right. As for your boy, I am going to be streaming again a PlayStation 1 game. I'm going to be playing more Final Fantasy 7 tomorrow. Not quite sure when. Be anywhere between 9 o'clock and midnight. That'll be over on Twitch. And don't forget, if you become a subscriber over on Twitch, you'll be able to join us for the watch party. The watch party this month is coming up pretty damn soon, and it is old school Dragon Ball. So the original Dragon Ball show, and a mystery movie that I will tell you when we're there. I will give you a hint. It's pretty fucking recent, and it's been getting lots of love. So, with that said, I am out of here. Mago is out of here, and do not be a stranger, especially if you too wish to be talking pure tism bollocks.